Scarborough Community Council, and I just want to let you know that Councilor Chair Ainsley is on his way with Councilor Myers. They're just at the TTC announcement with the mayor, and they should be here shortly so we can have quorum. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry about the delay this morning. We had a number of community events that we had to be at, including Pride flag raising with the mayor. Happy Pride to everybody. And we also had a press conference. Councillor Myers and I sit on the Transit Commission, and we announced our new CEO this morning to keep our transit system successfully moving, making it bigger, better, faster, more reliable than ever. My name is Paul Ainsley. I am the chair of Scarborough Community Council. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting number 23 to order. Welcome, everybody. Just a reminder that today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at the Scarborough Civic Center here in the council chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed on YouTube/Toronto City Council Live. For the City of Toronto's land acknowledgement, I would like to say on behalf of myself, my colleagues, and our staff, that although we may be meeting at different locations today, Scarborough Community Council would like to acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. It's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We would also like to acknowledge Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties, signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. As a reminder to deputants, if you're registered to speak today, if you could please listen for me to call your name. I'll be calling speakers in the order they appear on the speakers list. The speakers list can also be viewed online by visiting Scarborough Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and click on the speakers box for today's meeting. Just a reminder to members, the city clerk, as always, has provided the agenda materials on the same website, toronto.ca/council, and on the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are here if you need help with your electronic devices. And a reminder to please submit and approve your motions by email to staff at scc@toronto.ca for any motions. Saying all of that, are there any declarations of conflict under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, can I have a motion to confirm our minutes from our last meeting on May 1st, May 1st, 2025. Councillor Thompson, all in favor? That carries. I'm going to go through the agenda. Our first item deferred from our April 3rd Community Council meeting, SC 23.1, is 2823, 2825, 2827, and 2829 Eglinton Avenue East zoning bylaw amendment. This is a decision report for final approval in Ward 20. We do have 3 registered speakers, so I'm going to hold that. Number 2, SC 23.2, 672 to 676 Birchmount Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. This is a decision report for final approval in Ward 20. We have 2 registered speakers for that, so I'm going to hold that. Sorry? An adjournment motion? We just started, you can't adjourn. Okay. We have speakers. Have the speakers agreed not to speak? Sorry, they've agreed not to speak? If they agree not to speak. Okay. All right. Sorry, I have 2 registered speakers on this item, Ron Herzog and Andrew Vernicek. I don't know if you're both here. Councillor Canavel would like to defer this item for further community consultation, I believe. So if the deferral passes and you speak this morning, you can't speak at the next meeting. So I'm not sure. You'd like to speak this morning? Okay. All right. That's your right.
Just on point of order, Mr. Chair. The 2 speakers who you've just spoken to, they are applicant and representative of the applicant. So I'm curious as to a move further. If there is a deferral and that deferral carries, Are you suggesting that our policy refrains and does not allow the applicant to speak to the application at the said time when the application is being dealt with?
So
Would they
that's
not
fine.
have the opportunity to be able to speak? I'm
No.
curious because I don't know.
Yeah, that's the procedure. That's what it states.
So it also, for the applicant,
You can only speak once on any given item.
including the applicant.
Yeah.
So if new material comes as a result of the community consultation, then it dismisses the
once.
opportunity for the applicant to respond to new information?
All right, the clerk's saying if there's new material, they can
Right.
speak again.
Okay, all right.
Right.
I just want to be clear on that because the whole idea of a referral or deferral would be to seek new information.
I don't know what the intent of the deferral is.
Well, typically, that's
Right.
what it, but I
Okay.
appreciate that. Thank you. At
All
least
right.
that's clarified. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Counselor. All right, so I'm going to hold that item down. SC 23.3, 3434 Lawrence Avenue East zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for final approval. And I believe there's a technical amendment.
Yeah, more speakers.
So I'll hold that down for now. Okay. And I have 3 speakers on that one as well. Our next item is SC 23.4, 62 Orchard Park Drive zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for final approval in Ward 25. And I have registered speakers on that one, so I will hold that one down. Our next item after that is SC 23.5, 27 Lyncroft Drive, application to remove a private tree in Ward 24. And we have a speaker for that, I believe. Yes, we do. So I will hold that. Our next item after that is SC 23.6, 49 Bellamy Road South, an application to remove a private tree, which has a deputant, so I will hold that. SC 23.7, Kingston Road and Raspberry Road, private access, traffic control signals, and traffic amendments in Ward 25. I'm going to move the recommendations in the report on this. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.8, Amberjack Boulevard, traffic calming speed humps in Ward 24. And I believe there's one registered speaker, so I'm going to hold that. SC 23.9, Beechgrove Drive, traffic calming speed humps in Ward 25. We're out of speakers. I'm going to move the recommendations in the report. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.10, Courcelette Road, traffic calming speed humps in Ward 20. Councillor Candavel? Councillor Candavel is moving the staff recommendations in number 10. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.11, Dolly Varden Boulevard, traffic calming or speed humps in Ward 24. I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. Number 12, SC 23.12, Harfleur Road, traffic calming or speed humps in Ward 22. Councillor Mansis. Moving staff recommendations. Sorry. Okay, your microphone's not on, sorry. Councillor Mansis is moving staff recommendations. All in favor? That carries. A very soft-spoken Councillor Mansis this morning.
Sorry.
SC 23.13, Lynnbrook Drive, traffic calming speed humps in Ward 24. I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.14, Marcella Street, traffic calming or speed humps in Ward 24. I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.15, Poplar Road, traffic calming, speed humps. I'm actually going to hold that one. I have some questions of staff. Uh, 23.16, Ionview Road, U-turn prohibitions in Ward 21. Councillor Thompson.
I'll move the recommendation, but I have a question for staff, which I don't need an answer. I just want to make it a point that I want to make sure that it gets enforced. We put these rules in place and they don't get enforced. So oftentimes they're not worth the paper they're written on. So I just wanted to point that out to staff.
Okay. Do you want it held?
I will, but I want to make sure they're,
Okay, sorry, you're holding it?
no. I'm moving it.
You're moving
I
it.
just wanted to make a
Moving out,
statement to
chit-chat
staff
with- Okay,
about enforcing.
all right.
Thank you.
Counselor Thompson moving the recommendations and number 16, all in favor? That carries. SC 23.17, Corporate Drive Accessibility Loading Zone in Ward 24. I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. Number 18, SC 23.18, Sedgemount Drive Parking Amendments in Ward 24. I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. Number 19, SC 23.19, Introduction Overnight On-Street Parking on Northview Avenue. Councillor Cannavale? Councillor Cannavale is moving the recommendations in number 19. All in favor? That carries. SE 23.20, 303 Nantucket Boulevard, designation of fire routes and amendment to chapter 880 fire routes in Ward 21. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can move the recommendation and as I omitted doing it in the previous one, just to thank staff as well for the great work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson is moving the recommendations in number 20. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.21, Huntsmill Boulevard, traffic calming or speed humps, reopening this item for SC 22.10. Councillor Mantas?
Mr. Chair, the reasoning is that there's two locations on Bamberg Circle and staff just wants to clarify the specific location in the report.
Okay, all right, so we're moving to reopen.
Motion to adopt.
Just motion to adopt. All right,
Motion to
motion to
adopt.
adopt. All in favor? That carries. SC 23.22 Raleigh Avenue and Moira Avenue, parking amendments in Ward 20. This requires a motion of new business being moved by Councillor Cannavale. All in favor? And that carries. And I believe we're back to the beginning. Yep, we just added it. I'll move the recommendations. All right. I didn't know if people wanted time to read it or I'm seeing not. All right. All in favor of number 22, that carries. All right, so we're going back to the first one, SC 23.1, 2823, 2825, 2827, and 2829, Eglinton Avenue East zoning bylaw amendment. This is a decision report for final approval. We have 3 speakers. And I just want to remind everybody, if you're on the speakers list, when your name is called, the podium is down here on ground level at the bottom. Everybody has 5 minutes to address community council. Each city councillor has up to 5 minutes to ask each speaker questions. At the end of the speakers for each item, we then bring it back. We bring it back into committee where we can ask questions of staff. We each have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff on each item. After questions of staff are done, we each have 5 minutes to speak on any given item and move motions. And if anybody moves a motion, then we also have the opportunity to ask our colleague questions of the motion. So that's kind of run through things this morning. So our first item, we have 3 speakers. So our first speaker is Ryan Doherty of Bosefield Incorporated. And the clock is on the wall if you want to track your 5 minutes. Okay, do you need help connecting? Can I get the IT staff to help? I don't know, you should never assume anything at City Hall. All right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you. And good morning, council members. My name is Ryan Doherty. I am a land use planner with Bousfields here on behalf of the applicant. And so the rezoning application before you today seeks to permit the redevelopment of an underutilized commercial parcel along Eglinton Avenue East with a 14-story purpose-built rental building with retail space at grade. The site is located at the southwest corner of Eglinton and Oswego Road, shown here. It's occupied by some low-rise commercial buildings and surface parking. And the site is served by several existing surface bus routes, is within walking distance of 2 stations along the planned Eglinton East LRT, and is within a 1 kilometer distance of the Eglinton GO station. So this segment of Eglinton is identified as an avenue in the City of Toronto official plan, and the site is designated mixed-use areas. Avenues are identified growth areas in the official plan, and there is strong policy support for mid-rise mixed-use intensification in these areas. So just to talk about some of the statistics, the proposal again has a height of 14 stories. A total of 190 units are proposed, just over 50% of which will be larger 2 and 3 bedroom units, so vastly exceeding the city's growing up guidelines. And as mentioned, the tenure of this development is rental. A total of 670 square meters of retail is proposed at grade. This would represent about a 90% replacement of the existing retail uses on the site. And at this time, a total of 47 parking spaces and 164 bicycle parking spaces are proposed. This is a site plan, again, showing the 14-story building. It has a 7-story base, which will front Eglinton and Oswego, with the upper floors of the building stepped back. What I want to point your attention to is the proposal accommodates a considerable 7.6 meter right-of-way widening along Eglinton, which is just under 15% of the entire site. That widening is being provided at the request of staff to ensure that there is sufficient space for future LRT infrastructure. And I'll go to the next page. So with respect to the ground floor, shown here in purple, you can see the retail commercial space proposed along the entire Eglinton frontage. Along Oswego are residential functions such as the lobby and townhouse units facing to the east. And sort of all loading, vehicle access, pickup, drop-off functions are proposed to happen to the rear and off the public right-of-way. So this is a rendering, an early rendering of the proposal. This is facing southwest towards the site. And so overall, I'll conclude by saying this proposal is a prime example of the type of infill redevelopment that the city needs along its major arterials, such as Eglinton Avenue East, where there are major investments in public transit being planned. The proposal will provide a much needed addition to the city's rental housing stock, including a significant supply of 2 and 3 bedroom units. It will provide new retail uses to maintain the commercial function of the site, public realm improvements along Eglinton, as well as a new sidewalk along Oswego Road. And so I want to thank city staff for their ongoing collaboration and efforts with respect to this application. Just to make clear, this application has been under review since April of 2022, so about 3 years. There has been an immense amount of review over that period and several revisions of this proposal. And so we are in support of the recommendations from community planning staff, which recommend approval of the application. So I'll just say thank you all for your time and consideration today. I am joined by a representative of the applicant, the architect and transportation consultant, if there are questions as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Doherty. Questions of the deputant? Councilor Mansis?
How many parking spaces are there projected for the site, for the project?
There are 37 parking spaces proposed, of which 36 are resident and 11 are visitor spaces. And then there is pickup and drop-off spaces as well.
Okay. Seeing that 54% of the building is 2 and 3 story, 2 and 3 bedroom units, you would assume that most families would have at least 1 or 2 vehicles for their household. knowing how even today how we all function, right? Even in the city, or even on major corridors, which would bring it to 110, I believe, when I did the math. Would there not be some consideration for some extra parking? Taking it, let's say, from a 0.2, from 20% to maybe 30%?
So thank you for your question. The issue with providing more parking in a development like this is it requires another level of underground, and which is significantly cost prohibitive, particularly for a rental project, where there is a lot of upfront costs and the return on investment does not happen until much later in the project. So the intention here is to provide enough parking for the 3-bedroom units, as well as some of the 2-bedroom units, and exceed the city's latest parking standards, which would be 0, as I'm sure you know. And really, as well, the intention here is to let the market decide what the appropriate supply of parking is. So there's an inherent risk on behalf of the applicant that they have to ensure that they will provide enough parking to be able to market this building and have people who want to live here. And the same goes with folks who want to live in this building. They will need to make an informed decision about whether they have a car or not.
So there's no way in your drawings that you would be able to squeeze an extra, first of all, how many floors of parking do you have?
1 level of parking.
1 level. With the 1 level, is there a way to squeeze an extra 5 parking spots?
I would ask a member of Arcadis or LA to maybe answer that question, as they have the technical expertise, but it's not possible to do another level of parking. I
understand for another level, but is there a way to squeeze 5 parking spots on the 1 level, which would bring it to a 0.3 from a 0.2?
Councilor Terry? What I can say is that we have explored trying to maximize as much parking as possible. There is a significant constraint on the size of the parking garage, primarily due to that widening along Eglinton. Again, that's taking up 15% or just under 13% of the site, which can no longer be part of the underground parking garage. So it does constrain the ability to expand the envelope of that parking. But Councilor, maybe I'll hand it to you.
Good morning, member of council. My name is Courcelette. I'm a senior associate with Arcadis. We historically provided more parking for this building. When we had to make the footprint of the parking significantly smaller due to the land conveyance, we lost a lot of number of parking, and it penalized the circulation of the parking. Parking is governed by strict guidelines about the dimensions and the circulation and the turning radius. This loss of land penalized the site significantly, and we lost many parking. Apart from the parking spaces, there are mechanical spaces in the parking that they need, and storm water tanks that they take lots of space. Historically, they used to be tucked in corners of the parking. When we had the bigger site, when the site got smaller, we had to make some hard decisions to place these functional areas, places of the parking, to make the building work and work with the mechanical part of this building. We tried hard to add more parking, but unfortunately, this is maximized. We can look into the mechanical in future stages when we go further and see if we can squeeze the rooms, make more parking if possible. But currently, we cannot do any more. In terms of excavating to another level of parking space, the hydrology reports suggest that we are at the maximum depth without getting into the water, and it would add a lot of cost to the construction. Apart from that, it would add more length to the construction because when we hit the water, we need to go to the special waterproofing and bathtub situation, and it delays the delivery of the building. And it imposes more and more cost to the project.
Okay. Are you at the end of your 5?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm good.
good. All right, thank you. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Can I ask, so we deferred this on April 3rd and we're here 2 months later. Can you describe what changed between then and now? Did a lot change or?
So nothing in the proposal changed. We had a number of discussions, or the applicant had a number of discussions with Councillor Candoval in his office about supplying more parking. And those were the discussions that were had over the past 2 months. And as we mentioned, this proposal is significantly constrained in its ability to provide parking. So it's not something that we're able to do.
Okay, and you followed all the guidelines of our planning staff and building around the appropriate level of parking and bike spaces?
Correct. So this proposal does not need any amendments to the supply of bike spaces, and it exceeds the new bylaw requirements for vehicle parking.
Okay, and my colleague asked about, trying to find 5 more spots to increase the ratio, and I would assume, as you said, parking spots have a certain width that you follow, like you don't have super spots in the basement.
No, other than the required barrier-free parking spaces, which require, additional aisles and width. So we are providing parking spaces in accordance with the zoning bylaw. To what my colleague Casper mentioned, it's something that we can explore through the site plan process. But there's a number of technical restraints on this project, and it's not something that we're able to commit to.
And you maximize visitor parking, all the opportunities at ground level.
In terms of, do we have ground level parking?
No, we're not offering that at this time.
We have a pickup and drop off area for things like Uber Eats and deliveries, Wheel-Trans, things like that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank
Those are
you.
my questions. Sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, this is a purpose-built rental building?
That's correct.
And can you explain the difference between purpose-built rental and a condo development?
Yeah, so with a purpose-built rental project, it would be a project that's typically owned by one entity or maybe a partnership, and the units are all owned and then leased out over a.
Sorry, may I just interject for a sec?
Yes.
I apologize, but I wanted you to maybe focus more on the financing aspect of it as opposed to that detail. I understand that detail, but the
Yeah.
distinction between financing a purpose-built rental and financing a condo development. Please.
I see. Thank you for the
Thank you.
clarification. So with a condominium, a developer or an owner is able to get their return rather quickly because once they complete the project, they sell the units and they collect their return and then they move on. With a purpose-built rental, because it's more of a long-term investment, because you're investing significant cost upfront to build the building, and then you're leasing those units out, and you often don't see a return until a very long time, often 20 plus years before you see a return on the project.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can you help me to understand the financing aspect of it? Are you able to get bank financing, or is it simply that you get maybe a fund of some kind to provide the financing, or the applicant has enough resources to make the investment in order to do the development?
I'm sorry, I can't speak to that question. As the applicant's planner, I wouldn't be aware of how they're financing this project.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But my question then, as you gave the example between condo development and a rental, typically in a condo, those purchasers are paying as they progress as part of the development. Is that correct?
In terms of, just to clarify, you're referring to they put a deposit down and then continue to pay over a period of time.
Exactly.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
In the case of a rental, is it the same or is it dissimilar?
It would not be the same because there's no, it would be, when the project is finished, it would then be leased.
Right. So the money has to come from somewhere, which is a point I'm trying to make.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And the fund would either come from borrowing or comes from the resources of the developer if they're not borrowing it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So there's a major distinction with respect to having to dig an additional floor on a purpose-built rental versus a situation if it was a condo, because you could actually add to the cost of the purchaser should they wish to have additional parking. Is that correct?
You could, yes, but in some cases with a condominium, you, despite getting a deposit from a buyer, you still oftentimes a applicant will need to take out a loan to build the project. And so they will use those deposits to then pay back that loan in installments.
So you have the ability to finance the loan through the deposit.
Yes.
In case of a rental, you don't have it because you're not renting anything until you build.
Correct.
Okay. Just one quick question. And so you followed the city's policy with respect to residential parking standard. You're within the policy, correct?
Yes.
Policy said you don't have to have any.
It's a minimum of 0.
Right.
And then there's a minimum requirement for 11 visitor spaces. That's the city's latest policy. Yes.
And you meet that standard with respect to the visitors.
Yes, we have 11 visitor spaces, so we meet that
And
standard.
you meet the bike standards.
Pardon me?
You
Sorry?
meet the bike or cycle.
Yes, the bicycle parking standards are met
What am I missing?
in terms of,
Why this is not going ahead?
well, I think there's still an open debate about what's appropriate for parking.
So were you offered an opportunity to maybe add more density?
It's my understanding that the applicant had some discussions with Councillor Candavel's office about that, yes.
And what is your understanding as to the outcome? That's a no-go?
It's not financially viable.
Still, after all of that.
After what was discussed, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next
Thank you.
deputant is Terry Wallace with LEA Consulting Limited. It's being done by video conference.
Right, correct. Terry's here.
Yeah, Terry is part of the applicant team as well.
Okay, so it doesn't need to depute.
No, he was here if there was any questions about it.
And then I have Kasra Haslinchi from our
Same with Nasra as well.
same team.
Yes.
Okay, does he need to depute?
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Doherty. Saved us a bit of time this morning. Questions of staff on this item? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I guess just to go back to the parking issue, was this not solvable on some, I'm just looking at Google Maps. There seems to be ample surface parking elsewhere. Was that not possible to look at alternatives, maybe not on-site parking, but maybe looking at leasing available parking spaces beside the site?
Through the chair, that could be an operations question for the building. The zoning bylaw prohibits off-site parking from counting towards a minimum. So if staff were to impose a minimum, which again would be contrary to council's policy and the existing bylaw, that minimum would not be able to be solved with off-site parking. So if a tenant of the future building, and I've personally been in this situation, although it's anecdotal, come to the unit and lease and need an off-site parking space, that could be a decision that individual tenant could make. They could rent in a parking, some other parking lot, a driveway space, whatever. But we could not impose a minimum and expect that minimum to be satisfied with off-site spaces.
Okay, thank you. Would anything have prevented the applicant on its own accord of going ahead to try to secure those off-site parking spots as part of the like separate but related to the application? If they knew this was the concern of the council, I guess is what I'm trying to get to.
Through the chair, they could have made that decision and done that work from a perspective of staff and bylaw enforceability. That's not something that we could enforce.
Right, but there's nothing preventing them from having done that step.
Through the chair.
Law.
Through the chair, there's nothing that would prevent him from doing this step, but there's also nothing that would require him to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Counselor Mansos, questions to staff?
As we heard before, we know that there will be issues with water tables and if they had to dig deeper for an extra parking floor. Is there a way that there could be an additional parking on the actual surface level?
Through the chair, as the deputy mentioned, the site is quite constrained, particularly at the ground level when we're starting to deal with the mechanics of servicing vehicles, pickup, drop off. Similarly, as mentioned in the deputation, as referenced in the report, a significant amount of at-grade retail is proposed, which is a part of the merits of the project.
Okay.
Consuming that space with parking spaces would be a trade-off. There's just not enough ground once the site is deployed in the way it's proposed.
Okay.
Counselor Cannavale, questions to staff?
Just to follow up, we've had examples come for approval with applications similar in height, 12, 13, 14 stories that have gone to the second floor. I'm thinking Windy Ridge, Cliffside, the Quinton, on Kingston Road as well, that have gone and done the water table. Is that correct?
Through the chair, those proposals, I don't have them at my fingertips, but it does ring true that there have been second levels of parking provided on the sites.
Yeah, including the creation and the function of, there's a technical term, but providing that, I think it's called bath-tubbing, water tubbing. We had two approvals, which I support, that came to our ward last year in this council chamber.
Through the chair, bath tubbing is the technical term.
There we go. Thank you.
Yep, I haven't asked staff for questions yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So, through you, Mr. Staff, I guess to legal. When we frame and put a policy position in place, what's the expectation of council, whether or not it's community council or the large council? My question really is, we have a policy that says we actually have zero parking standard. Is that correct? For residential in this case.
So through the chair, that's correct. It's the position of the city in this case. Yeah.
Right. And so irrespective of the fact of my desire to have parking on a particular site in my ward, I'll just focus it on my ward. Should the applicant wish not to have parking, they can actually come and say, Mr. City or City Councilor, you voted for zero parking standard and we don't have to comply. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, from a legal perspective, I believe really the issue goes back to what Mr. Ventresca referred to earlier, distinctions between requirements and permissions. There's no requirement under the current parking approach of the City of Toronto.
Right.
For parking.
So 0 to 47, we have 47 spots. That is being put in place by the applicant. Is that correct?
So just for clarity, through the chair, a portion of those 47 spots are required.
Which is at 11?
Is it 11? Yes. Visitor.
Okay, so
36 are, I'll use the word discretionary.
So 11 is required, not 0.
11 is required to fulfill the required bylaw requirements around barrier-free parking, visitor parking, and retail.
Right. So if we were to make a decision today, which would be not to be in agreement with respect to your report, but in terms of supporting, because you're supporting the application, is that correct?
That's what the chair, the recommendation is to support the application.
Right.
Yes.
So if this body said no to that, what's the provision that's available to the applicant? Who do they appeal to? And secondly, would we be required to get outside legal counsel and outside planning to try to respond if council were to give that approval?
So through the chair, Rights of appeal lie with the Ontario Land Tribunal in respect of any decision of City Council. The City Solicitor's Office is instructed by City Council. Outside counsel is not necessarily a imperative in that case or a requirement in the event that council made a decision similar to what you described.
So
Staff's opinion, though, on the record is in support of the current proposal.
right.
And if the instructions of City Council were to appear on an appeal contrary to the recommendations of staff, then the City Council may want to consider retaining external experts to represent its position on the appeal.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And how successful have we been in the past with respect to that process? Have we won many? Have we lost more than we won? You know?
Through the chair, I don't have those numbers exactly at my fingertips. Certainly the record would show, though, on the appeal that there is a divergence of expert opinion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I believe that's everybody. Speakers on this item, Councillor Cannavale.
Thank you, Chair. As discussed, the main issue and contention with this file is the parking ratio of 36 residential spots over 197 units. Many of them are family-friendly units, resulting in a ratio of just over 18%. I think for many of us in this room, understand the reality of Scarborough, and particularly as the site is not near a high-order transit station, the argument was put forth. I think the reality of the Eglinton East LRT is 10 to 20 years from now. The reality of Scarborough for many of us, especially for families, is the requirement of a car. The post-World War II build-out was centered and premised around the family's access to an automobile. And the reality for many, and majority certainly in my ward, are in many cases 2 cars. The suggestion that families are not, or the ones who will be seeking to rent a place here are not going to have a car is simply untrue. We know for a fact next to this site, Vibrant Commercial Retail Plaza has contacted us through the Canadian Federation of Independent Business Owners, speaking to the challenges coming from the townhouse residents and visitors of the townhouse complex to the north and to the west, parking in their commercial retail spots. This is the reality of the built form of Scarborough and the reliance of the automobile. So I think we need to be very practical in how we respond to applications and how parking is accommodated. Many, if not all, of the approvals that have come before this chamber from my ward have addressed this in many supportive ways. 2 examples I cited in my questions to staff where sites with higher land values have done the pro forma, made it work, provided rental, have gone to the 2nd floor, did the bathtubbing, and making their projects work. We need to see at least a recognition and appreciation of the role of the car in families in Scarborough. And those projects have offered at least 40% parking ratios. In fact, there's one that's even higher. So I think we need to think both on a practical development review level, such as the application before us, as well as policy. I wasn't here when that policy to go to 0 minimum parking was made. I certainly would have voted against it, but there needs to be a recognition and reconsideration of how we do business, how we create policy. This is increasingly becoming a frustration for many Scarborough residents, including renters in these future housing sites. They're seeking parking. And what we've seen, coincidentally on the agenda, we passed permit parking in a street in my neighborhood. We're seeing our city grow. Our transit with a lot of hope with the new CEO announced this morning, that we're decades away from replicating the ability and function of cities like New York City, Paris, London, to provide a lifestyle that is independent of a car, or at least one car for a family. So what we will see with this approval, I'm asking my colleagues to vote against this, is the reality families are going to be parking on the side streets in the commercial retail plaza, creating more issues as we're seeing with the parking enforcement and now the introduction of permit parking, which increase the costs for residents, taxpayers. We need to see, both on a policy level, a reconsideration of this, at least by district. We've got 4 districts, the downtown core, which is well serviced by subways, streetcars, et cetera, but we have areas at Etobicoke and Scarborough where we are not. There has to be a reconsideration. That discussion is not for here, but rather the Planning and Housing Committee. I'm of the opinion there needs to be a delineation of how Scarborough does parking versus how the downtown core does parking for residential housing projects. And I'd like to close that on how we work as councillors, staff, and project developers needs to be collaborative. There needs to be a recognition of all the roles that we play, enforcing policy guidelines. Sorry, Councillor, the project. I'll just quickly wrap up. And councillors as representatives of the community. And for those reasons, this is the first time asking my colleagues to vote against the project. Thank you.
Sorry, just as a matter of decorum, we don't allow clapping in the chamber. So if you refrain from clapping, yelling, taunting, chirping, applaud, that would be great. Thank you. You can wave your hands though, that's allowed. Thank you. All right, other speakers on this item? No other speakers on this item? Okay, all right, well, sorry, Councillor Canaveld, I'm gonna take the opposite perspective. I'm gonna move the recommendations on this report. This item has been deferred once already. I'm going to thank staff for all the work that they've done on this. You can see in the report, this project or application is consistent with our provincial planning statement, confirms to the officials the official plan of the City of Toronto. I'm sure the avenue studies it conforms to that. It provides a very appropriate level of mid-rise housing. I've long been an advocate and supporter of the Eglinton East LRT system from Kennedy to now it's supposed to go to Malvern. We finished the environmental assessment on it. We put money into it. We have $2.5 billion sitting in a bank account. We're negotiating with the provincial government. So I'm expecting it a lot sooner than 20 years from now. But when we're looking at housing along that route, to make that route work, we need a higher form of housing. And this project meets that higher form. It meets all of the city's policies. As I said, it's been deferred once already. I haven't seen, nothing was changed, to the developers. Thank you for bringing this forward. We need developments like this in Toronto, Scarborough. I have people say to me, can't afford a place to live. We need more housing. We need, people can't afford houses anymore. They need apartments. We need affordable housing. So I'm moving this forward. I think it's an excellent project, fits into the community, and I think it's a benefit to our housing. So I'll be moving the recommendations. Thank you. Yep, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you. So I almost always support these types of application because I understand the need for densification. However, I have heard, from my colleagues, both Councillor Canaveld in North York, Councillor Chang in Etobicoke, Councillor Morley, it's the same issue. We can say that we don't have minimum parking requirements. It's not like the cars are just magically going to disappear. I think we really need to just take this issue seriously. I have the same issue. We have some proposed developments and there's no parking, and it's the question I always get. Where are the cars gonna go? Where are the cars gonna go? And as much as I'm a big supporter of the Eglinton East LRT, just as much as Councillor Ainsley, it is years away. Let's just be honest, it is years away. So if this is gonna be built with no parking, and that's why I was sort of asking, was there an opportunity to maybe look at off-site, to maybe look at maybe on-street parking, anything like that? I think we just need to acknowledge the reality of the current situation. As much as I say this as TTC chair, I would love for this not to be the reality, but it is. And I think we really do a disservice to the community when we don't acknowledge that there are these types of constraints. The project itself is a good project. It's rentals. We need more rentals. It has 2-3 bedroom size units, and it will eventually be an area of high transit corridor, but that could be a long way away. And I think we need to figure out, like, well, how are we going to move people in the interim? And I think, I'm going to support my colleague on this. If it's parking, then we need to be creative about the solutions and sort of just not say, well, there's no minimum and we'll let the market decide, because that hasn't been working very well. And it's been a constant complaint from a lot of my colleagues so far. Thank you.
Other speakers? Seeing none? Sorry? Okay, so we're voting on
Your motion.
my motion, so we're voting on the recommendations in the report. I ask for a recorded vote. All in favor?
All those in favor of the recommendations in the revised report, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Ainsley, any opposed? Councillor Myers, Councillor Candeville, Councillor Mantas, that motion fails. However, the item goes to council without recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, our next item is SC 23.2, 672 to 676 Birchmount Road Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report for final approval in Ward 20. We have 2 registered speakers, Ron Herzog of Insoho Developments and Andrew Fernicek of WND Associates. Well, Mr. Herzog, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry. I'm this a long time. And I want to say, I just want to tell everybody that it's great to be back here in person. It's been a long time, and it's good to see everybody back face to face. My name is Ron Herzog. I'm the president of Insoho Developments. As I kind of just mentioned, I believe I'm probably the only one, or one of the few, that have been developing in Scarborough for about 25 years now. We have developed, maybe 15 projects, 20 projects over the years. This one stands out to me as one that is the most logical, makes the most sense. Our associate, Andrew, will get into the details of the project, but it is across the street from a cemetery. It backs onto a lumber yard. We have a school to the south of us. We had a public meeting for the project, and nobody showed up. 0 people. It was commented at the time that it was the first time that that nobody had showed up to a public meeting. We're excited about this project. One of the reasons I'm here is, I'm the face of this project. I think it's important that the developer actually shows up and makes a presentation. It's my company, and we stand behind every project that we build, and we're very proud of this project. We are hearing rumblings of a possible deferral. There is actually no value, in our opinion, of the deferral. It's actually been through the process. We've been working on it for 5 years now. 5 in 2020, we submitted the application. It's gone through thorough review. We have full support. We have no objections. We have actually, to the last application, our parking ratio is 80% here, 85% parking ratios. So our parking ratios are strong. We're only 7 stories. So again, it is a very logical project. It's on a main street on Birchmount Road. I just want to thank you for considering the application, and I'm going to pass it on to my associate, Andrew Fernicek, to make a brief presentation.
So, Mr. Herzog, do you want questions after you've both spoken, or?
Yes, that was.
That's fine. Okay, all right, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. I just need a little bit of time to make sure that my presentation can go on the screen.
You guys coming in. Guys coming in.
I already plugged it in.
But is it the right cord?
I hope it is. I have HDMI. Thank you. While that's loading up, I'll just introduce myself. Andrew Franchik, principal of W&D Associates. We're a planning firm hired by in Soho to assist with the process. We were not the original planners on the file. We have been brought on over the last year or so to help get it. Oh, I believe it's on. I'll speak a little bit louder. Thanks for that. Rewind again, Andrew Franchik, W&D Associates. We're the planners for the applicant. Like I said, I had a brief presentation. A lot of the things I was going to say, Ron already said. It's a great project, a 7-story mid-rise project on Birchmount Road. As soon as my screen loads, I'll take you through some of the details. I see that my clock is moving, but the presentation doesn't appear to have been loaded yet. So I ask that it pause until the presentation loads on the screen. Yeah.
Let's see.
I have paper.
Oh, you have paper as well?
Yeah.
Okay, let's just try one. See.
Uh-huh.
Vacation.
Yeah.
Vacation shots.
So I'll pop up there for a second. You know what? Can I?
Sure. Yeah, she's go.
We're going to do this the old-fashioned way, paper. It's been a while since I've done it this way. So thank you for your patience. I'll just take you through my presentation. I don't think I need to introduce myself a third time. So, as I said, it's 672 to 676 Birchmount Road. So this is a site that's on the west side of Birchmount Road, south of Eglinton, north of St. Clair. As Ron said, it's right across from Pine Hill Cemetery. To the south is a school, General Brock School. Along the street to the north and south are low-rise residential units. However, it's very important to note that last year, the city upzoned to allow for 6-story buildings along major streets throughout the city. This is a major street. I'll show you that in just a moment. And the lot is actually very unusually deep. It's extremely deep and backs onto the subway corridor and behind a lumber yard. So there's quite a bit of depth here to accommodate a significant amount of development, even in a low-rise form. This is another view of the site looking towards the northwest. And just a little bit of height context, there was quite a bit of mid-rise in the broader area along Birchmount Road. There's one actual project that we worked on, a 3431 St. Clair, just to the south, at the corner of Birchmount and St. Clair. That's where the beer store used to be, and many other older apartment buildings of a very similar scale of around 7 or 8 stories or even greater. One thing to note here is that we are not only proximate to one, but 2 major transit stations, one at Eglinton along the very soon to open, we hope, line 5, and also Varden Station, which is to the southwest. As I said, one important thing to note here is that the site is along a major street, and that's an important fact for this application, because when my clients submitted the application in 2020, it wasn't subject to the new policy that it is now. In fact, that's something the city only brought forward last year. So in effect, the policy has actually caught up to almost make this application as of right. It's a 7-story building in an area that 6 stories is now permitted as of right. As I said, it's a very, very deep lot. In fact, it's even more appropriate perhaps for even greater height, but our clients are choosing to move forward with a 7-story application here, which I think is quite appropriate for the site. The site is neighborhoods, and the application is to redesignate to apartment neighborhoods to facilitate the mid-rise scale of form. As I said, the zoning, again, is for low-rise, but has been upzoned by the city. About the project, a beautiful project of 7 stories with the upper story stepped back. Some key stats here. And Mr. Herzog already mentioned one that came up in the previous application that I'd like to stress, that there is an 85% parking ratio here. So there's quite a bit of parking here for this building. It's a 7-story building with about 1,800 square meters of area, 226 units, for which there will be 192 parking spaces, including 186 bicycle parking spaces. There's a compliant amount of indoor and outdoor amenity space, lots of green space around the building, and a good unit mix here, including a lot of larger units, 2 and 3 bedroom units. Very family-oriented project. I'm almost on my last slide here. This is the ground floor plan. So the access will be off of Birchmount Road. The building is well set back. And that's good for this context, just because currently there is quite a bit of residential along the street. It's actually set back further than the houses that are along the street to the north and south. This allows for a lot of soft landscaping opportunity all around the site, on the front, north, and at the rear as well. And that provides for some grade-related units and then upper units with a lot of space around them from the adjacent properties. There's also some convenience parking spaces here, you'll see, for Uber deliveries, those types of things, which is always a thing that is nice to have. Not all developments are able to fit it. This one can. And then there's some upper floors, which I don't think are necessary. I'll just conclude since I have 30 seconds left. This is exactly the type of missing middle type of project that the city strives to encourage. It's family-oriented along a segment of Birchmount Road that is in need of reinvestment. The site is currently vacant. The buildings were demolished a couple of years ago due to some vacancy issues. So it's currently not offering anything to the streetscape and has the opportunity to provide some significant improvement in housing here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Questions of the deputants? Anybody? Last chance. Councillor Mantis?
When the public consultation was conducted, how many people came out to these?
0.
What was the area that was mailed? And then how many people came out to the consultation?
It is an expanded 300-meter radius. No one showed up.
And how many people attended? I mean, even if it was virtual.
Nobody attended.
Nobody, no resident attended.
Okay. Okay. And those are all my questions.
That's it?
Yeah, it was just
Okay.
to find out.
And no one's here today.
I'm sweet.
Nobody's.
Councillor Thompson, I saw your hand.
You did. I have a couple of questions. To Mr. Herzog, is this the same property that you had taken me to a number of years prior, where the people were squatting and residents wanted you to do something about that site?
That is correct.
Same one.
Same one.
All right. And you are providing, I believe it was, Andrew, you said it's 85% of the parking. So how many what's the number? Is it the 182 or 192? Did I write that down properly? I know the report states it, but if you maybe just state.
It's 192 vehicle spaces and 186 bicycle spaces.
192. And how many visitors?
That's a good question. It would be the compliant amount, and I
Not yet.
don't have that number at my
Not yet.
fingertips.
And the proximity of the area. On the east side is a cemetery.
Correct.
On the south of the property, because I drove by a couple of days ago, there are 3 brand new buildings that have been built. That would be your neighbors.
Correct.
Right. And did you get a notification as part of that development process, the application? Were you aware that this was going to take place, the new development?
I believe they were built prior to our application.
Right, but I'm just wondering notification because you've owned the building now in excess
Yeah.
of 5 years. the site next
Yeah.
5 years.
So I'm assuming we did.
Just, you know, that
Yeah.
I ask is that in the vicinity, you described that there is a lumber yard to the west,
Correct.
and to the south, you have a limited number of housing. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what's the real community? A community of maybe 20 homes, maybe?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Right. And so the proximity to that, then further going south, you have St. Clair,
Correct.
right? And then again to the east, you have the cemetery.
Correct.
So it's not a large number of people living in the immediate area.
Correct.
And to the very west of that, you've got the TTC tracks
Yes.
Correct.
and the Warden Station.
Correct.
To the north of that, you have Employment Lands, Comstock.
Yes.
Correct.
And then east of that, you have, I believe it's a temple,
Northeast. Correct.
northeast.
Yeah.
Right. So you've done your due diligence in terms of the outreach.
I believe so. I mean, nobody came to the public meeting. This is a dormant section of Birchmount.
And so my question though, you had a previous counselor. You would work with them because at the time that was part of the conversation.
Correct.
You have since had a new counselor.
Correct.
Have you had a chance to meet with the new counselor to describe the project? And if so, what was said?
We met with the counselor, and we had a healthy discussion about the project, and we explained.
So you had a
Healthy discussion about the project, and we went through the history and how nobody came to the public meeting, how the previous counselor fully supported it, and that we've been at this for many years now, and there's no reason to defer. It makes sense, and we should move forward. It's a great development. So we discussed all those factors, and I'm not sure the counselor's position on it.
And may I ask, at the conclusion of your conversation, what was the counselor's position?
I'm not 100% certain what the counselor's position is, but
So he never gave you an indication as to whether or not he supported it or not, or wanted to have further consultation, further reviews?
well, he had suggested at the time that he may defer the application.
And what time was that? When was that? Is that 5 months ago, 6 months ago, a year ago?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
Correct.
Oh, okay. So he indicated that he may want to have further consultation.
Correct. And I had suggested there's absolutely no value to that deferral. I mean, based on the lengthy process, the positive planning report, the attributes of the project, the fact that we had a public meeting. This is a second public meeting.
This is the statutory public.
This is the statutory public meeting. Nobody's here. Nobody showed up. Why are we wasting, time, money, energy? It's gone through the proper protocol, and let's move forward. It's only 7 stories. We're not pushing the envelope here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputant? None? Okay, thank you. I just want to ask one slide. I understand all the community consultation process. You followed all the rules. The one slide you had up of all the buildings in the area, so your building more or less I can say it conforms to all the other buildings in the neighborhood. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then, what, would you do anything different? Like if this got sent back for another community meeting and more consultation,
So
you do anything different?
Right. So in our opinion, it's been deferred for, this is our 5th year here, working on this product. It's been deferred already for 2 years. We should have been here, 2 years ago. So it's a wonderful project. We have 80% parking ratios. We would do nothing different. We're proud of it. We think it's going to be a fantastic addition to a very dormant section of Birchmount that needs development. It's modest. I think it's modest in today's scale. Makes a lot of sense. So we wouldn't do anything different. We stand behind it. We believe in it. And we think a deferral would just be a complete waste of time.
Okay, and I've been a city councilor for a while now, Mr. Herzog. I've seen you many times in this chamber. How many developments have you done in Scarborough?
No, I was thinking about that on the way here, but I would have to think it's over 15. But I do want to say the one thing I'm actually even more proud of is that I build what gets approved. I'm not here. I mean, I know a lot of time is spent on applications that unfortunately the economics don't work or it never gets built. And I'm very proud of the fact that our company is not just a zoning company. We're not interested in zoning. We're interested in building. And the one aspect that makes me the proudest, actually, not just in Scarborough, but in other communities that we were involved with as well, is that actually we built and it becomes a vibrant addition to the fabric of the neighborhood. And I know a lot of cases, you get projects approved and they don't go anywhere, but we do everything we can to actually build the project, and we plan to do that here, and we plan to do that in all our projects. So I'm proud of the number of projects, but I'm also proud of the fact that we actually build the projects that get approved.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I think that was the end of our questions. Okay, I asked a number of times, Counselor. All right, Counselor Canavelle.
Thank you, Chair. Ron, thank you for sharing the details. And I wanted to ask you why and how are you making such parking available in this project, especially in the context of the previous discussion. I wanted to appreciate that.
So there's the aspect of kind of understanding your market, and going back to what I just said, is that we want to actually build it and we want it to be successful. So there's rules that they're on paper in terms of visitor parking and resident parking, but there's the whole marketability side of it as well. And we just feel in Scarborough, Scarborough still needs kind of a healthy kind of parking ratio. I think we're probably a bit too aggressive on the parking side at 85%, but we'll see how it goes. But we're looking more from a marketing perspective as opposed to just a zoning bylaw perspective.
And clearly, obviously, this ratio is still making your project work, because we're hearing otherwise from other folks.
Yeah, but I mean, in our situation, it hopefully will. But every project is different. Every project has its standalone metrics. It's, land cost, and, size of the site. And I mean, every project is standalone. You can't put every project and every development in the same box. My simple answer is there's the zoning side of it, but then there's the actual viability and marketing side of it. And if you really want to build the project, you got to cater to the market, not just the zoning side.
Are you open to including the preference or the desire for public art as part of the aesthetic and public realm of this project?
Yes, I would be open to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Canavelle. Speakers on this item. Councillor Canavelle, it's your ward.
Thank you, Chair Ainsley. I want to thank Ron and his team for this project. It's one that I think speaks to what is missing in many neighborhoods in our ward, and you see clearly the ability to make vibrant housing project with sufficient parking work, and I think that's an important point of appreciation in this chamber and for council and for Scarborough, because this has been an ongoing contentious debate. And yes, there is variation from project to project, the nature of the land, but the question of pro forma, because that is always de facto first argument defense by developers, oh, it won't work. But here's one that's clearly working, supportive by a builder that's done projects in Scarborough. So I appreciate the application. There are two areas that I think is important to note, given the project started well before my starting as councillor. One is the need to have built-in in-person communication consultation, which was missing during that period of COVID, and one that I think enables us as councillors to invite the community. Many times our communications as a city are very high level. The language, the invitations are obscure, especially when we do virtual consultations. The second piece is the role council planning councillors play with how the public realm, the public aesthetic is in a city, especially in a region like Scarborough, where if we're looking to create projects that galvanize community, that support and create a public realm, that needs to be part and parcel of a project. And this is one, given its foundation of parking, of height, of shadowing, etc., can further be improved with the inclusion of the public aesthetic, the public realm vis-a-vis public art. And some of it can be achieved through the site plan, but I think in the public interest, many of those pieces have to be formed during the approval process. That is where the public has the greatest ability, say, and more importantly, an opportunity for us to build confidence in community groups, because we are sensing and seeing the lack of confidence, the lack of faith and trust, and we need to build that through mechanisms such as this. I'm supportive of the project in whole, in the core pieces of it. I think there are a few elements that I'd like to resolve before its passage at Community Council. So I'll move this to pass without recommendation, and gives us the time to work on these questions. And I appreciate the applicant's desire to build a component of public art amongst some other questions as part of this approval process. So I'd like to move that, Chair.
Okay. Other speakers? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm going to support the application and the recommendation that our staff has actually put forward to us here today. I'm quite familiar with the project because I was here. In fact, I'm quite familiar with Mr. Herzog and also his father, George, before that. They have been stalwart in Scarborough. In fact, before many of us were elected to anything here, his dad had been developing in Scarborough, actually proud developer of Scarborough. In fact, there are people who have expressed comments about Scarborough, and that I know have been in the presence of his dad, who has defended Scarborough and the reason why Scarborough needs to be developed. Mr. Herzog has a number of development in my ward. I've actually had the chance and the pleasure of working with him over the years. And as you've heard and as you've seen, he actually doesn't go by particularly the city standard. He goes beyond simply in terms of the creative development that they do. And in Soho, as a company, as an organization, quite frankly, has done marvelous work, not just in my ward, but in wards right across the city. And they continue to see Scarborough as a place where they want to create opportunities. In fact, they've gone into places where many other developers would not actually go into. They've gone and bought those sites, because I've seen it, where others have said, nope, it's scary, nope, don't like the neighborhood, etc. And they have basically revitalized areas in Scarborough. I think it's really important for us to understand, on the one hand, we as councillors may have personal perspective or views. That's great. However, we also have policies that we have to adhere to. And so it's about marrying and collaborating and creating that equilibrium where we can actually ensure a good developer is actually enhanced to and supported to develop. A bad developer, we basically don't support them. We want to go through a process to ensure we get good development. I understand that many people don't like development for a variety of different reasons, but we have a complex challenge in this city, complicated as it is, where there's a need for more housing. And so what we have here on this site, because I'm familiar with it, I've gone there, a development proposal that is actually quite remarkable. And I think that we need to support it. This notion simply that we make decisions or don't make decisions that we have the authority to make, basically, it's not something I'm going to support. This idea that we are actually going to present or not present and move things to council without recommendation, where we actually have strong report here by our talented men and women who work in the planning department. Because I have great faith in them. I have been here long enough to see how they operate. And so I'm not going to suggest that the local council, for example, is not able to have conversation going to council. But this notion that we say we don't support it because we don't like one element of it doesn't actually meet the tests. The test here is this a good proposal? Yes. Are there strong qualities to the application and the site itself? Yes. Is there a process where the site plan process will be rigorously defended and rigorously addressed with respect to staff and can have the input of the local councillor? The answer is yes. Is this an investment in an area that really needed the development, that been clamoring for it by residents in this area for a good proposal? The answer is yes. Is this an area of Scarborough that needs this? The answer is yes. Does it create a hardship for anyone in the community? The answer is no. Does it improve the overall feel, look of the community where it needs that investment now? The answer is yes. And so for those reasons, and for the professionalism of our men and women in planning and the report that we actually have in front of us here today, I'm here to make a decision. I don't want to refer it to council without a recommendation, because the recommendations here are not going to change. In fact, they're very strong. So for us to read this report and make the assumption that we don't make a decision, what's the reason? I don't see it here. And so I can't, in good conscience, knowing what I know about this developer and the work that they've done to make Scarborough a better place, say that this is an appropriate action for us to take here. It's not an appropriate action. We need to act, and I think we need to support this application that's in front of us. Let's take a stand.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Mantis, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to be voting. Before we say about the vote, the mechanisms that we have in place don't always allow us to enhance a very good application and recommendation. This has nothing to do with the professionalism of our staff. Our staff are the most professional people that I've seen and I've worked with, but we don't have a mechanism to enhance the applicant's already great application. So the only reason why, if someone was going to vote against the recommendation, is only to be able to bring it to council and work with the applicant until then to be able to enhance already what is a great application. So knowing that, I will be voting against the recommendation only because we're confident that Councillor Candeval with the applicant will enhance this application a little bit more for the benefit of the entire community and Scarborough. So I will be voting against the recommendation that's in front of us.
Any other speakers? Councillor Myers?
Yes, just to sort of add on to what Councillor Mantis said, I will also be supporting the vote to move without recommendations, but I will be supporting this at council. So there's no, but I do think Councillor Candeval has asked us as his colleagues that he would like to negotiate a bit more. I think as colleagues, we can defer that to our colleague in good faith. I think this is a great proposal. I think the applicant is nothing but sincere, and I look forward to supporting this when it comes to full council later in June.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Myers. So that leaves me, I believe. So I won't be supporting the motion to send this to council without recommendations. I'm very happy with the proposal before us. I want to thank staff for all of the work that they've done on this with 2 city councillors now. I want to thank the developer. I have similar views to Councillor Thompson, actually. I was first elected in 2006. My ward went from Morningside to Scarborough Golf Club and the lake up to the 401. We have priority neighborhoods, or we had priority neighborhoods in the city of Toronto. We call them neighborhood improvement areas now. One of them is at Kingston Road in Galloway. I had a strip motel on the northeast corner that was closed. It was derelict. I was constantly calling the licensing department and asking them to deal with the motel owner, to cut the grass, to get the garbage off it. It was sold. Mr. Herzog and his father came to my office. I think your father came to my office and he brought you. And he brought Ron, and then George talked about Scarborough and the beauty of Scarborough and what he wanted to do on this corner when nobody else would build on it. Put a proposal together. You know, it was beautiful, talked about the attributes of it. I had a community meeting. I expanded the notification area. Your father paid for it. He was adamant that it shouldn't be coming out of my budget, that he should be paying for it to make sure the community was fully engaged. And the reason why I'm not going to support Councillor Myers' application is we need to move the city forward building. Sorry, Councillor Canada. Sorry, moving forward, Councillor Canada. And I will say that because not only that application, but Mr. Herzog and his father have built, I think, 4 developments in my ward now. And each and every one of them went above and beyond what the city asked for or was doing when it came to parking or public art or like a playground and the one development. And honestly, I just had to call the Herzogs and say, you know, this is what the community wants, or the community meetings that we had. They heard what my residents were asking for, and they did it above and beyond. And I think just moving this forward at recommendations, churning up time at city council is not a productive use of anybody's time. And so I won't be supporting that. I will be supporting the recommendations that staff have brought before us and worked with the developer over 5 years now. Thank you. Yep. So we have Councillor Canaville. Councillor Canaville, your motion first. Yep. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that passes. All right. Okay, so it goes to City Council without recommendations. All right, our next item is SC 23.33434 Lawrence Avenue East zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for approval in Ward 24. We have 3 registered speakers. The first one is Diana Sisol.
I've got,
Sorry, can I get the guy down again to hook up the cable? Oh, nope. Oh, okay. Nope. No cable needed.
there we go.
There you go. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, hopefully it's 5. I practiced at home. All right, good morning. My name is Deanna Seacall. I'll give you a little bit about my background. I've lived at 134 Greenbrae Circuit for almost 40 years. I was one of the original homeowners when this small 2-story detached housing development was built in 1987. My mother and I bought here for 2 reasons. One, we wanted to live close to my sister to help her with her growing family, and we all still live in the same houses. Number 2, since my mother didn't drive, it was important to have amenities she could access by foot or within a short bus ride to keep her independence. This area is my home. I even taught at Cedar Brook Collegiate for a few years. Now, my involvement in the community. I take pride in caring for my house, my property, and the community I live in. And since 1987, I've always participated in helping to maintain the safest and cleanest community possible. I worked with various councillors over the years, from Brad Duguid to Glenda Bearmaker, to help with this. In the early 1990s, I connected with Brad Duguid regarding the speedy traffic on our street and the property damage being caused from vehicles that could not negotiate the bend. He listened to our concerns and ensured that a much-needed median was installed at the 90-degree bend at the northeast end of Greenbrae Circuit, making the sidewalks safer for the pedestrians in our community. The problem hasn't been eliminated, but it is much safer than it was. Brad also listened when we raised concerns about the amount of illegal activity taking place at the parquet on Greenbrae Circuit, next to the community housing. The brushes in the parquet, behind which illegal activity happened, were removed, improving the situation. Glenda Bearmaker was our next councillor, and like Brad, he listened to the concerns of the residents in the area, and to further improve the situation at the parquet, he decided to add a splash pad for the community to enjoy. And his logic was that if this became more of an area where families could bring their children, that this would help deter illegal activity from taking place. In 2014, we provided our input on the proposed townhome development at 145 Greenbrae Circuit. And after listening to our concerns, the number of units and the height of the development was decreased to reduce the size of the shadows on the existing homes. Again, this only happened because Glenn made it happen. In 2015, we provided input into the construction of the supermarket at 666 Markham Road. We want to listen to our concerns about the large transport trucks entering and exiting the property from Greenbrae Circuit, and had the developer install a truck arrestor to reduce the amount of noise on Greenbrae Circuit. I've made all these points to highlight again the important role that elected members of council play in working with the residents who elected them to solve ongoing issues and future planning to an area. Now, I've got three major concerns with the proposed development on 334 Lawrence Avenue East. The proposed development does not fit into our existing landscape. Our community is a mid-rise community with buildings ranging in height from 6 to 12 stories.
So Diana, sorry, I deeply apologize for interrupting you, but one too many of my colleagues have gone for a bio break and I don't have quorum.
So we'll wait.
Yep, so we're just going to pause your clock.
Thank you.
I apologize, everybody. So we have rules under the Ontario Municipal Act, and I have to have 4 councillors in this room for the meeting to take place. You guys are having trouble counting. All right, back to business. Councillor Myers. All right, sorry, Diana, you can commence whenever you're ready.
Okay, let me go to the 3 major concerns with the proposed development. It doesn't fit into our existing landscapes. Our community is a mid-rise community with buildings ranging in height from 6 to 12 stories, townhome complexes, and single-family dwellings. Number 2, there are several possible negative effects or impacts from increased density. 1, increased illegal activity. With increase in density, the number of criminal activities will also increase. 2, the increased illegal parking on Greenbrae Circuit. The problem already exists. Developments never allow enough room for overflow parking in their property plans. 3, increased shadows and wind tunnels. Our homes are located directly north of this development, and the huge shadows that will be created will loom over our residences, and the impact will be felt especially during the winter months. There'll be less sunlight to help melt the snow off our roofs, and they'll suffer damage from the weight of the snow. There is less than 4 feet between our homes, and it will be nearly impossible to hire someone to clear the snow off our roofs. Increased traffic congestion. By adding a street connecting Lawrence Avenue East to Greenbrae Circuit, there will undoubtedly be an increase in the amount of traffic already flowing onto Greenbrae Circuit. Increased noise and air pollution. The air and noise pollution has increased with each additional development in the area, so much so that black dirt collects immediately on any outdoor surface. The impact on the value of our homes. We are all counting on the value of our homes to support our future long-term care needs, but the increase in density could diminish the value of our houses on Greenbury Circuit. This is scary to think about. The proposed public green space within the development. My question is, who's going to maintain that space? Will this add to the litter and illegal activity like the parquet splash pad now on Greenbury Circuit? So in conclusion, I want to continue living in my community and in my current home. I am urging you to consider the needs and wants of the existing residents of our small community and whether or not this proposed development enhances or diminishes those. I hope that all of those involved in the decision-making of the future development at 3434 Lawrence Avenue East will be proud of what they have done and what they've had a hand in building. I hope that the future generations will admire the vision of our elected officials had in creating a bright future for this area, not one congested with traffic, air pollution, and noise. Thank you for allowing me to voice my thoughts and concerns about this proposed development. I'd like Herzig to develop it.
Okay, thank you, Diana. Does anybody have any questions of the deputant? Councillor Kennebell?
Thank you for coming before us. When this proposal was brought forward, do you recall or do you know what the planning rationale that was provided as to why such density is being proposed, is being given?
No. No. And from what I could see, it's going anywhere from, I don't know, 8 stories up to 27 stories. Like, it's scary.
I believe it's 23, there are 2 buildings.
It's high. It's high and it's a lot.
From 10 to 23 stories.
Yeah.
How would you describe the vibrancy of the commercial retail that's existing on the current site?
I would say it was fairly vibrant before they moved the people that were there, the businesses that were there, and put them into a Cedarbury Cedarbury Mall. There used to be a Mark's Work warehouse. In the past, there used to be also Staples there. There used to be.
Is it currently being used?
It was used, but
now
it's not so much. I think there are some businesses there, but they've moved them out to Cedarbury Mall because of the future development of that area or that lot.
Okay. Are your concerns primarily the shadowing? I missed your earlier comments.
It's all of the ones that I've said. The shadowing, number one, it's moving even over to my house, which I'm a little bit further north, but it even moves over there. So that's the concern. But the whole thing is the amount of increased density in that area, in that small area. I don't know what the city has planned for other lots in the area. I don't know if they plan on building more, but I wish it were like Herzig, where they said, the 6 stories. That'd be awesome. I mean, townhomes would be preferred, but keeping it lower would be better than going so high. So it reduces the amount of density, reduces the shadowing, and so on, and the wind tunnels that will be created.
No, thank you.
And ownership, because I think that area needs ownership. When there's ownership, people take pride in their property and in their community. So,
thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Kennebell, you're done? Yep. Okay, thank you. Are there questions of the deputant? Seeing none. So, sorry, Danielle, what do you think would be an appropriate use of this property? Like, it's had a long history. There was a Mark's Work warehouse and a Staples there before. It was the Cedarbury movie theater before that. What do you think is an appropriate use for the property? Just keep it as commercial?
I would say commercial, but if they're going to add residences, that it fit in with our community. Like the park, where I am, across the street at 145 Greenbury Circuit, there was an empty field. And there was a strip mall, and it is still there. They've turned the strip mall now into a little bit of a health center. They built townhomes, which is awesome. They were planning to build where the supermarket is now, which is the Jan Jin supermarket. They were initially looking at building a 5-story senior residence. That was back when I think Mr. going to Berrymaker was councillor. That was, we objected to that, so that was taken away. And instead of a dealership, they put in the Jan Jin supermarket, which is awesome because it services a lot of people in the area. So things of that sort, yes. But if they're going to, you know, if they're going to put residential homes there, it has to fit in. These looming tall buildings scares me. And it scares me because of the impact of what that density means to our area, to the street. I probably won't be able to get into my driveway. But also the value of the homes. Who's going to want to buy a home where you've got these looming buildings that are being built?
Okay, because to the west of this property, there's a couple of strip plazas, and then there's 4 or 5 apartment buildings as well.
All about 12 stories.
Right.
There's none above that.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Madeline Bradshaw.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Madeline Bradshaw. I am a senior manager of development with First Capital REIT, the owner of the subject lands at 3434 Lawrence Avenue East. Firstly, I'd like to extend a sincere thank you to city staff and particularly planning, who have worked hard with us in a collaborative fashion to progress and refine the proposal throughout the application process. First Capital is an owner, operator, and developer of mixed-use real estate. We operate the majority of our business as a retail developer, so many of our properties are retail shopping centers and plazas. But today, our long-term strategy is to redevelop properties within urban centers as walkable and transit-oriented communities. First Capital has a long-term interest and investment in the community surrounding 3434 Lawrence Avenue East, with ownership of Cedar Brae Center located on the south side of Lawrence Avenue, directly across from the proposed development, as well as 629 Markham Road, a retail plaza on the northeast corner of Lawrence and Markham, all of which totaling approximately 500,000 square feet of commercial space. As owners and operators of the 3434 Lawrence Avenue Retail Plaza, we are delighted to bring forth this mixed-use redevelopment proposal for the property. The proposal introduces 4 residential buildings ranging in heights between 10 to 23 stories, including a total of 855 new residential units, and incorporates active retail uses at grade along Lawrence Avenue and the southern section of the new north-south public road. The proposal also incorporates an on-site park dedication. The subject site consists today of 2 single-story commercial buildings and a surface parking lot. With the site's location within the city's strategic growth area, along with a transit priority segment being serviced by TTC bus routes, we see opportunity to revitalize this underutilized site along Lawrence Avenue. This proposal will bring forth much needed housing options, as well as retail opportunities and parkland. Thank you again for your time today. Along with my colleagues at First Capital, members of our consultant team present today, including Kira Lorello from BA Group, who has joined virtually. I'm here to help answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bradshaw. Questions, Councillor Canterville?
What is the, I'm struggling to find their retail replacement. I know there's a big retail building, and then there's a smaller one with a dentist. What's the replacement looking like?
Through you, the chair, currently we have approximately 36,000 square feet of retail GFA on site today. As part of the proposal, we will be bringing forth approximately 6,000 square feet of retail commercial GFA.
Mm-hmm. So that's a mere 15%.
Between 50, Mr. Chair, between 15 and 16%, correct?
Okay, 16%.
Yeah.
My understanding, having driven by this a number of times, all the retail is currently fully occupied.
Through you, the chair, we currently have vacancy of approximately 7,000 square feet on site. So the site is not fully occupied.
Okay, but for the vast majority of it is occupied. Why hasn't there been consideration for more retail replacement?
Through you, the chair, First Capital, as I mentioned, is primarily a retail REIT, and we understand the commercial market well. We believe retail along Lawrence is supportable for smaller quick service restaurant uses, other uses such as personal service, medical, and smaller format retail uses. Through our discussion and review of the site, we want to ensure that the mix and amount of commercial space on site is supportable from a demand perspective, and additional retail will likely struggle and result in suboptimal pedestrian and resident experience. We work extensively with our leasing team to develop the depth and quantum of retail that we think is supportable in the market, and also be able to draw national tenants that we typically see within our shopping centers. From a demand perspective, we believe the amount of retail proposed is appropriate.
I mean, given that 30 of the 30,000 of the 36,000 is in use, this is a challenging, I think, dilemma, not with just your site, of the importance of allowing commercial retail space to be accommodated, given the need to support local independent businesses. So my reflection on, I'll keep that to my comments. Looking at the build form and the proposal, it's very condensed with two tall towers staring at each other. This seems like it's just density without consideration for the public realm. Why do you think, I'd assume you don't think that, but where would the public have a public space realm in your proposal?
Through you, the chair, I will have our consultant, Mike Bissett, address that comment.
Good afternoon, I'm Mike Bissett with Buzzfeeds. Maybe if you could turn on the overhead, I can just show the staff report. There's an image and I can indicate there's a public park proposed, Councillor.
Pause the time. Can we pause the time? No, while he gets his stuff.
Well, I can speak while you bring it up. It's just a brief. There is a public park. So this is currently the site is a surface parking lot, primarily along Lawrence. It is an avenue. The new retail will be along Lawrence, which currently it's more at the back. So the approach is to provide for retail along Lawrence with a new park as well. So the public, so in terms of the approach to the public realm, obviously the new park would enhance that. Also a new street with a new public realm element in terms of pedestrian connections. There's also a pedestrian connection on the east side of the site. We're discussing from the park to Greenway Circuit to the north. Between the buildings, the two towers, which are centered to the site, there's some.
Are we getting the diagrams?
I'm sure it'll come up in a minute. I don't know how that works, but you want to wait for it? I can wait for it. That's fine.
All right, can I get the overhead?
There we go. So you can see on here, this is, do I do that? There you go, thank you.
Oh, thanks.
So these are the two towers. So between the two towers here, there is the 25-meter separation distance, which is required. And central to the site, there is obviously open area, which is available to the private residents of the new development. Here is the new park in this location, where there currently obviously is no public space now. So that would be a new park. And there would be also a connection secured through this location.
Recognizing the time, what is the shadow impact?
So in the shadow, in terms of, that's a good question. So in terms of the comments from Mr. Cello as well, there were changes to the building in this location at the north to introduce step backs to reduce shadows on the north side of Greenway Circuit. I'll just flip to another diagram quickly. In terms of context, you can see here, there's an existing 13-story building next, which exists to the west. We have an 11-story proposal So that creates that element along the circuit, very much in keeping with that fabric. That reduction in height and the step backs results in, through June and through March, mitigated shadows on the north side of Green Bay Circuit. In December, of course, there will be longer shadows. Even on a lower height of 11 stories, you're going to have longer shadows. But
For how many hours in December?
In December, it'll go through the day quickly, like it'll pass probably over an hour for each lot, for instance, right? But it'll be longer, obviously, in December. But through summer and through the shoulder seasons, that's part of it looking at with staff, is how to mitigate the height and step backs here and these heights, which was this one in at 29 originally. And we lowered it, in fact, to reduce that shadow, even on the north sidewalk of Green Bay Circuit.
Lastly, amenable for greater commercial retail, given the current vibrancy and occupancy?
I might ask you to answer that.
Sorry, Councillor, you're over your time.
Through you, the chair, in response to that question, we believe that the quantum of retail currently proposed is supportable. Right now, we believe that additional retail at this time will struggle. So we believe that the current amount is supportable from a demand perspective.
Okay, thank you. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. And sorry, Crilo, Lewa.
Through you, the chair, Carlo Raleigh from BA Group is our transportation consultant who had joined us virtually to help answer any questions. He does not require a separate deputation.
Perfect. I think so. We're good. All right. So we're going to thank you very much. Appreciate your time. So we're going to questions of staff. Questions of staff. Councillor Cannavale.
I want to understand the planning context to give 23 stories.
As referenced in the report, the lands are designated mixed-use areas along an avenue with transit priority segments. This is on the Rapid TO study list for Lawrence. The height is controlled through the middle of the containing tower elements in the middle of the site. As the deputy pointed out, there's a lower element on the north part of the site that's Greenbrier Circuit, and lower element on Lawrence. And the middle part of the site at 23 stories kind of contains the density. The segment review also demonstrates that similar developments on this stretch of Lawrence Avenue East can be accommodated without any undue impact or precluding appropriate development of the avenue.
Transit question, sorry, just cognizant of time. That is on a study list. It's not currently identified as a high order transit node. So I would imagine it would be the current avenues permissions, which are mid-rise 12 to 14.
Through the chair, the mid-rise elements are incorporated on the frontages of the site. The depth of the site would lead the opportunity for additional built form considerations, which have been requested through the application and reviewed as outlined in the report for the various impacts on shadow transportation servicing, and been deemed appropriate and such are recommended before you today.
Okay, but to clarify, the avenues mid-rise guidelines gives upper limits of, my understanding is 14. What we are doing is we're giving them additional permissions that are not in the planning context, policy-wise.
Chair, a two-part answer, and I'll be very cognizant of time. A typical avenue site, which would be a limited depth along the avenue, would yield a mid-rise scale building under the avenue policies as you cited. This is an atypical avenue site because of its depth, 2 street frontages, and a site-specific application, which has been reviewed against those built form considerations. So avenues have been granted as of right permissions. To your point, it is commensurate to the right-of-way size. So the right-of-way here is 36 meters, planned for 36 meters, which would be about a 14-story building, as you point out. But it's that depth, that irregularity that accommodates more.
I think that's the key piece that needs to be understood by the community and the public, is that the permissions for 23 are not there. We are giving them, or staff is making the recommendation based on a site specific. I think that's important as we understand policy and development review in the intersection. I think it's important. Why hasn't staff pushed for greater commercial retail, given the applicant has shared the vast majority, 30,000 of 36,000 is currently occupied?
Through the chair, the initial application came in with 0 non-residential commercial space. So through the review of the application, 600 square meters was added to the site by the applicant, as well as at our request, as detailed in the report, as well as the public park, which would occupy a lot of that frontage where otherwise retail would be located.
And as part of that, and I understand your implication of the trade-off, but there could be more accommodation within the ground floor of the 4 sites.
So we have that new public street that would run north-south on the west side of the site. Typically we like to see grade-related uses on that site. So there are some townhouses that are proposed for a number of those buildings. To the applicant's point, the viability of retail on Greenbrae Circuit, is something that First Capital had reviewed and determined it wouldn't be viable at that location. We also have the interface with the public park to consider. So the building fronting Lawrence would have an interface with the public park, and then appropriate setbacks to the tower in the middle of the site to the public park as well. So, on balance, that's how.
Was there consideration, given that we're giving additional permissions, that why that was not considered for leverage for greater commercial retail, given the 14 to 23 is additional to the policy?
Chair, I think that was 0 non-res proposed, and we tried to leverage what we could to get the 600, to use that word. Big center of gravity here is the major mall across the street, owned by the same landowner. The uses that have been here have usually been moved into that mall to maintain its viability. If the mall were to be positioned in a way as other malls across Scarborough have been, Woodside Square, Melbourne Town Center under application, Asian Corner under application, that would be a very major repositioning of the land use framework in the area. So these were the balances that were being used. There was a significant amount of retail commercial in the area, and these smaller units are potentially appropriate for smaller medium enterprises that could serve more local entrepreneur type land use options in the area, as opposed to looking for national tenants, potentially smaller uses into a smaller retail space.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much. And the local councillor is who?
This is through the chair. This is the local councillor, is the chair.
Okay, just want to know, let's make sure. And he has, okay. I was going, that was sort of testing your knowledge there, Mr. Jessica. Yeah, Christine, that was testing you, sorry. Yeah, exactly. So thank you for clarifying that for me, because the mall across the street used to have my gym. That's no longer there, and at one point it seemed to have been, it was going to be closed down. At least that was the appearance of it. So they repositioned, obviously, a lot of the businesses from the, I guess that's the north side, over to the south. Is that what you were stating?
That is correct. So Healthy Planet did used to occupy this subject site, and that has been relocated to Cedar Brae Mall, so large tenant.
Right, and as the applicant for
less as well.
The representative for the applicant has stated that this is their business, retail and commercial and residential.
Correct. Yeah,
so they know their business.
Just in Ward 25, 100% non-residential replacement was approved for a report just a few months ago for First Capital.
Could you walk me through the amenities and benefits that will accrue as a result of this development? And secondary part to my question, schools and all the other amenities that are needed for the community, how will that transcend as part of the application itself?
I can do it. So amenities for the residents, through the chair, just to clarify, amenities for the residents. So
and benefits for the community.
So I will start with the public park, sizable public park, 958 something square meters, so sizable park, public frontage viewable from Lawrence, so easily accessible. That is for the community. public street as well with appropriate sidewalks and pedestrian realm planting, new street planting as well. So the public realm on Lawrence will be an improvement from the existing situation. To speak to the amenities for the residents, there is the appropriate amount, and the ratio will be secured in the bylaw of indoor and outdoor amenity space. There is a courtyard, and to I think the deputant's earlier question, depending on the tenure that is for the applicant to confirm if this was a condominium, the condominium corporation would take care of all the maintenance and upkeep of that internal courtyard space. The new public street would be conveyed to the city at a later date, as would the public park.
And all of our green standard policy requirements will be met?
That's right, and through the site plan, we'll also be seeking that further. Yep, schools. And also to mention for the schools, we have had a response from the TDSB and the TCDSB, and the projected population could be accommodated within the existing school system in the area.
And what about the features to protect birds and other type of habitats in the area as such?
Yep, so we will be requesting, as a result of the height of the buildings, the bird-friendly glazing and other matters that will be determined at site plan as well through the green standards.
With respect to, I saw the plan and the sort of the numbers. So you started off at, I believe, was a number of number of stories. It started with, I believe, was 10, went to 11. And it was 29 to 23 and so on. Can you walk me through that exercise in terms of how you came to the agreement to allow this density and this height?
Through the chair, yes, I can. And just to note that, we took on this application following another colleague who was on this file. So we can't speak to the 3 or 4 years that this application has been with us, but I will say that the emphasis was to ensure that the peak of heights maintained in the center of the site, to ensure minimizing the shadow on the public sidewalk as per our official plan policies. And our minimum of 5 hours of shadow has been maintained per day, has been maintained as per the official plan policies on both the Lawrence Avenue sidewalks as well as Greenbrae Circuit.
Are there CBC benefits?
There would be the 4% of the land value at the time of the permits being requested.
And how will the value be utilized? Will there be any affordable housing component part as to this development?
So this development, the proposal is just for a cash in lieu payment of CBC, 4% of the land value at the time of the permit. There has been no affordable housing proposal from the applicant for this site.
Has there been any request by us for that?
There were discussions on the tenure. I don't know if the applicant can speak further, but those conversations didn't progress any further. And the tenure would have to be confirmed at this point by the applicant, as it wasn't confirmed during the application review.
Okay, and remind me again, this is rental or condos?
That's what's to be confirmed by First
So it has
Capital.
been determined. So is there an opportunity just help me to understand, as part of the process, potentially the local council could ask for consideration, matter coming to council, or staff could make the request?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I just have to interrupt the proceedings for a moment. So I'm going to move a motion to extend the meeting to complete the agenda. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. All right, back to questions of staff. You got 2 more, Councillor Canada.
I'm curious to the parking ratio. It seems healthy. How is that landed upon, if you can give a bit context?
The applicant is meeting all required parking parameters and proposing the spaces that they're proposing. Again, there's nothing required in the zoning bylaw for residential spaces.
What I want to understand is, what is the rough ratio? Is it 60% or higher? Or in that frame, in that?
I think it's within the 60, I would say 65% in my quick math. How's the calculator doing?
And that obviously is in their interest and their pro forma. That's obviously fair to say.
It is fair to say, Councillor, through the chair again, the decision as to how much they would actually build is probably to come. But on the proposal right now, 564 spaces are proposed. Whether that is reflected in future site applications is to be determined.
Lastly, was there any consideration to direct the CBCs towards the benefit of the local community?
As colleagues mentioned, there were conversations. It can be an open conversation until such time as a building permit is sought. We can report back to council on CBC agreements and arrangements at any time before the building permit stage.
Mm-hmm. And given the 800 units, the potentially 500 cars, what was the outcome of a traffic study if one was performed?
Generally, it was reviewed through the application, found to be accommodated through the network without improvements. And for the detail, I'd rely on my colleagues in transportation review to address.
Through Mr. Chair. So because of the introduction of the new north-south public road, the whole network will be changed a little bit. The applicant provided the transportation impact assessment, projecting the traffic going through this new intersection and through the Greenway and the Lawrence intersection. And the existing network can handle those additional traffic coming out from the site. And we accepted those study recommendations.
Was that provided by the applicant or was that analysis by our staff?
Through Mr. Chair, so the transportation impact assessment is a required documentation submitted by the applicant through their professional consultant, and those are reviewed by the city staff.
Mm-hmm. And with the existing traffic light at the site in Lawrence, will that serve as the exit point for the development site?
Through Mr. Chair, so the new public road is not connecting to the existing traffic light, which is coming out from the mall right now.
Mm-hmm.
During the site plan stage, we're going to fine tune some other details to see if any new signal is needed to accommodate those new public road traffic circulation.
So will we not have traffic problems as a result of the new street coming straight onto Lawrence without a traffic light?
Through Mr. Chair, so when a traffic line can go, it needs some traffic warrant analysis and the spacing between the two traffic signals. Those discussions are undergoing right now. One of the solution might be that that intersection will be routing right out, restricting the full movement. However, no decision is taken at this point. So this is going to be done during the site plan stress.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canadell. Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Canadell?
I think this is an interesting application before us and something that requires reflection by us as Scarborough Community Council and City Council, because it's clearly going above the policy planning that the city, we talked about policy and how important policy is. Well, we're going against our policy from the mid-rise guidelines, and we're giving extra density, which is going to result in greater traffic implications. And I think that needs to be weighed in light of the tremendous loss of vibrant existing commercial retail by the applicant's own accounts. The majority, 30,000, is being used. So I think this obviously, I assume, has the support of the local councillor, and I will defer to Councillor Ainsley on this. But I think it, in light of earlier discussions of how paramount policy is, well, here's an example of where we're violating our own policy and giving extra permissions. and understanding the context of site-specific specificity. I think it's important for the public to understand how we make decisions and that there is tremendous variation. Some will call inconsistency. I think it's unfortunate for an area that is just received a business improvement association for the Markham and Lawrence community that we're losing vibrant commercial retail that is being vibrant, that is active. And I think that should have been part of the deliberation in how much commercial retail is being proposed, given the additional density that is beyond our planning policy. So I share these remarks for consideration for my colleagues, staff, and the community of how we do planning in Scarborough. And I think that's an important thing for us to reflect on. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cannavale. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting the application as is. The recommendations that are here, I'm very comfortable with them. Mr. Chair, it's really important that sometimes that lack of knowledge and lack of information, lack of understanding plays a role in terms of how we're informed. I'm quite familiar with respect to the formation, for example, of this our newest BIA in this area, because in fact, while chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee, which I was for 12 years, the folks came to talk to me and ask how this can be developed and so on. I'm aware as to the, I would say, consolidation of retail opportunities in the area. Because for a long time, the Cedarway Plaza itself, or mall, it was lacking in consistency with respect to a high value or high quality retailers and so on. And there was a time when it appeared that it was going to close. As I referenced earlier, my gym used to be in that particular mall plaza. And there was a question as to who was going to be locating there and so on. To the north as well as to the southeast and the north east, we've seen transformation have taken place in the Shoppers Drug Mart, in that particular plaza there, and all those smaller stores, retail stores that are there. The strip mall addition and maintenance continues. There is consistency with respect to the collaboration and the amalgamation of the space that's are needed. The reference with respect to 36,000 square feet of retail space, and that's going to be reduced to either 6,000 or 7,000. It has been supported by the applicant's representative have indicated to us here today that what they're doing is, because it's the same owners, what they're actually doing is transferring the focus into a specific area that was actually deprived of retail space. And so they're consolidating that. So in essence, it's not a loss, it's an actual net gain. It's a positive attribute to the community. And we need to recognize that. And so when we use the reference often that if we had X and we now have a component of X, then that's a great loss. But what we actually have here, it's a consolidation in an area that is supported to grow retail and to grow commerce in the area, as well as to add residential accommodation, residential living with one of our premier development, and I'll use the term stakeholders as opposed to partners, because that's what this particular company is, because they not only develop in Toronto, they're across the country and so on, and they've got a great reputation and so on. They've done lots of work in Parkway Mall in my ward, for example, and others and so on. And I will tell you, in negotiating there, give you my experience, we had Credit Suisse many years before that, who simply wanted to put a whole bunch of condo and high rises there. They didn't want to provide any amenities. I wanted a great district library. They didn't want to do that. I had to actually designate the arch at the metro as heritage, and that actually stopped that development and so on. And we've seen now what they've done there is that they've taken what was a sleepy plaza, they've now intensified it. You've got the liquor, the LCBO has been revitalized. You've got stores that have now come to a much more formed development and has actually enhanced the area. We've done a lot of work. And so I take that based on, obviously, Mr. Chair, your experience working with this developer to be very positive, and their reputation and their understanding of a strong or a weak market in terms of how to transform that. And this is a transformation for a better community. I understand the lady who came and presented and her views and concerns and so on. And I'm sure they're very, very much, her position. But the transformation that's taking place is not going to dilute that in its entirety. We're having the facilities of schools and CBCs and other benefits and so on. So for those reasons, I can support this application.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Sorry, Councillor Myers, was that your hand up? Nope. No problem. All right. So no other speakers? Okay. So I'm going to speak last. I'm going to be supporting the recommendations in this report. This is a very vibrant neighborhood at Markham Road in Lawrence. When this was first, and I've lived in this area my entire life. I grew up south of Kings Road in Galloway. I went to the Cedar Bay movie theater all the time as a kid. The next rendition of businesses that were there, Staples, Mark Work Warehouse, I was in there all the time. Very well used buildings. Nobody likes change. When staff first said, these buildings are going to be torn, there's a proposal to tear these buildings down and build apartment buildings. I was kind of surprised. There's a number of buildings to the west of this project, but I can say in all honesty that working with First Capital Realty, my staff have been very happy with it. First Capital Realty has worked with the guidelines of the city, making sure that the site works, that there's an appropriate area for public parkland, reducing the height of the buildings, taking into consideration the neighbors and shadowing and how this project fits into the neighborhood. As Councillor Thompson alluded to a few minutes ago, we have 38 business improvement associations across the city. The newest one is at Cedar Brae Markham Lawrence, as it's called. I've talked with a lot of the business involved in that community, what they thought about this proposal. They're very happy with it. I've had a number of comments about it'll increase the traffic in their area. Cedar Brae Mall, I was just in Mark's Work Warehouse last week, and I said to them, you're in the building across the street. What made you come over here? And they said, well, first of all, parking was an issue, the age of the building, First Capital Realty. We could have moved somewhere else. We moved into Cedar Brae Mall. First Capital Realty is a great landlord. They take care of us. They meet our concerns. There's much more traffic volume here in the mall. Great location. So overall, I'm very happy with this application and I'll be supporting it. Thank you. Oh, and I have a technical amendment. And that's my technical amendment around parkland dedication. Yep. All in favor of the amendment? That carries. Item is amended. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. And we're on to our next item, SC 23.4, 62 Orchard Park Drive zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for final approval. We have a number of speakers. The first three I have listed are Derek Ning, Marco Merrick, and Ziki Camille. Is Derek Ning here? He's online. Okay. Mr. Ning, can you hear us? Derek Ning? We'll come back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Good afternoon, Mr. Ning. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation whenever you're ready.
All right. My name is Derek Ing. I live on Orchard Park Drive. My wife and I bought here 11 years ago as newlyweds. It's a great neighborhood with great people. I'm here to object to the proposed 47-unit public housing development at the Mahat Community Center parking lot at 62 Orchard Park Drive. My concerns with the proposed development are reduced car parking allocations from 56 existing car parking spots to only 29. That's a reduction of 48%. Increased overflow parking from the Mahat Center and 3 nearby mosques, increased intensification with 250 plus additional apartment and condo units in the vicinity. Some developments are under review, some currently under construction, and others recently reaching occupancy. The subject property is simply too small to accommodate a 47-unit apartment building, while also serving the existing needs of the vibrant Mahat Community Center. It sets a concerning precedent to approve this proposal with no regard to car parking needs. The Mahat Center is currently very active and the parking lot is frequently occupied and well used. With further development on this property, there should be more parking spots here, not less. This development proposal should be rejected and at minimum reconsidered on these grounds. The proposal will be analogous to taking Heron Park Community Center or Morningside Library and eliminating half of those parking spaces to build housing on it. Is that something the council and city staff should allow? I don't think so. It would not be a good precedent to set. So why should we be doing this here? I urge city staff and council to review this application with more scrutiny. The city should deny the zoning amendments and take the following into consideration. A revised plan resubmitted that includes adequate parking to address current and future use at 62 Orchard Park Drive, traffic mitigation planning to address the increased overflow parking and increased intensification, relocation to a more appropriate site for this development to meet these needs. A proper rezoning and development approval process must be comprehensive, fair, transparent, and take public consultation from the neighborhood into consideration. As documented by city staff, we have gathered nearly 100 signatures from our neighbors on West Hill Drive, Orchard Park Drive, and Mance Road to petition against this development. I happen to be the first speaker on this list here, so to save us time in the streamline, I would suggest saving your questions for the OWM Alliance Group scheduled to speak shortly after me. They will be presenting further relevant detailed info. Thanks for the opportunity to speak and state my opposition to the proposed development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ring. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, the next deputant is Marco Merrick from SHS Incorporated.
It's the HDMI work. I'm able to.
I need the cord guy again.
Yeah, it's plugged into here. Yeah, sense. Let's see. Yeah. About the top. Okay. Thanks. Great.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm Marco Merrick. I'm Senior Planner with SHS, who's the Planning and Development Consultant on this file. I'd like to thank the councilors for your time. I'd like to thank city staff for all their hard work on this file. I'd like to thank the residents that have so passionately engaged in this project. Shortly, they'll be up here advocating for themselves. I'm here today to advocate for the 47 households that are hoping to call 62 Orchard Park Drive home in the future. So 62 Orchard Park Drive is on the corner of Orchard Park and Kingston Road here. Currently hosts the existing Mahat Community Center, which is a jobs and skills focused community center run by the BGC of East Scarborough, and also the West Hill United Church, which is in the same building on the site. This is the portion of the site that we're looking to develop now. So it's the back parking lot of the site that we're looking to put a 4-story, 47-unit rent geared to income building on. We're asking for a zoning bylaw amendment to allow for the mix of uses. So to allow for multiple dwellings on a site with a place of worship, to allow for a community center on a site with a place of worship, and to reduce legally existing parking. The form of the building is allowed as of right. So 4 stories, the setbacks, we meet the zoning bylaw in all those regards. Our zoning bylaw only addresses the use, the land use of the site. So as you see here in the render, we believe that although Scarborough might be changing, it's not projects like this that are changing it. It's projects like we saw all day. This is by far the most humble of the projects that have been presented to the council today. If you look at the scale, it is appropriate to neighborhoods, to a residential context, especially considering that it is on the corner of Kingston Road, a major arterial, and Orchard Park Drive. We are looking at several improvements to the streetscape and to the site. So we are looking to add a net number of 12 trees. We're looking to increase landscaping on the site by about 1,000 square meters, accounting for up to half the site, which includes depaving the parking lot, which can help mitigate flooding issues and other water concerns such as that. And this isn't just, and we're adding a sidewalk on the west side of Orchard Park Drive. And these aren't just nice pictures, there are tangible numbers related to this. So the residents that are worried about their property value, it's been shown that street trees, each street tree can add up to $8,000 in property value. You take that together, that's over $90,000 for the added trees. Increased walkability can add about $3,000 to your property value. Installing a sidewalk can achieve that. So we're looking at improving the streetscape and the relationship that the site has with the road. And this comes at no taxpayer cost, most importantly. This will all be burdened by the developer. In response to the complaints that we heard at our community consultation as well, we were looking at, we heard about traffic concerns. This site is expected to generate only up to 25 trips in an entire afternoon. In the mornings, it's 4. The volume of traffic generated by this is low. And in fact, it'll improve traffic on Orchard Park Drive because right now you can drive through the site, both the driveways connect, whereas now the main access will be off Kingston Road, which is more appropriate as a major arterial. There are only 3 accessible parking spots off of Orchard Park Drive that will service this site. When it comes to parking, we've heard one deputy speak about parking. I'm sure we'll hear more. We're providing 29 total spaces. In talking to city transportation staff, we have changed our design in response to these comments to mark 26 of these spaces as flexible. So we're not designating any spaces as resident spaces. And that's to acknowledge the 3 uses on site. There's residents and their visitors that will be using the site. There's the Mahat Center and there's the West Hill United Church. 4 spaces are required by the city, so we're going well above and beyond the requirements here. In terms of the other uses, BGC has identified that about 5 staff drive in, the rest use transit, and this is a very transit-supported site. There are only up to 20 congregants of the church on Sunday mornings. It's a very small congregation and shrinking, and as a result, they've become an online-first church. The vast majority of the congregation meets through Zoom rather than in person. So Sunday mornings, we'll see up to 20 people use the church. And further, affordable housing has a much lower demand on parking than typical developments. So research across Ontario has shown that affordable housing needs about 0.1 to 0.4 spaces per unit. Similar projects in the 50-unit, 4-story range tend to break around 0.2 spaces per unit, or 0.22 specifically. So for this development, that would mean a parking demand of 10 spaces for the residents. So between that, the 5 spaces for the Mahat Center and the up to 20 for the place of worship, we believe that this site has adequate parking, which is validated by the TIS we submitted with the application. And finally, there are concerns over security and maintenance. The BGC is your neighbor too. They want the site to succeed. To that end, they'll be hiring a third-party property maintenance company to run the building, as well as the on-site Mahat Center property maintenance staff who will be working together. So there are 2 layers of property maintenance to keep the property clean, safe, and well-used. We believe this is desperately needed affordable housing in this area, and we believe that it is an appropriate project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. So first quick question is, I saw Umoja on the building. What does that mean?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so it was, okay. That was just one quick question. The other question I had was, I understand this is a partnership that you work with the local charity Boys and Girls Club, or can you explain that a bit
The
more?
BGC is the landowner of the site. So they bought the site, they partnered with the West Hills United Church, who had seen the dwindling congregation, to bring some life back into the building. And they run the Mahat Center, which does job training, life skills training for youth seeking to, get on their own feet. And this affordable housing is a big part of that. And it's people of color that they serve here at the Mahat Center. And the affordable housing is that need that they see that, these youth might get jobs, but with what minimum wages these days and what rents are these days, they can't find a place to live and move out of their house. So this is in response to supporting their client base as well.
And is there any discussion at this point as to what would be the potential demographics of the building? Is it aimed mostly at youth or young people?
So just naturally, there is synergy with the Mahat Center, and by the unit breakdown, so it's largely one beds and studios that does speak to the youth that are looking to move out of their parents' place, essentially, right? Or whatever situation they're in. But as this is rent geared to income and through partnership with the city, it will have to come from the list of tenants, of potential tenants for those properties, so we can't dictate the demographics. But certainly the design is geared towards the people that BGC also serves.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other question, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So you've had public consultation?
Yes.
And how was that?
It was difficult. Like I said, the residents are very passionate and you will hear from them.
Right. I appreciate, but let me ask.
Yes.
Yeah, so what were their concerns that was brought to your attention?
So those were the concerns that I spoke about, the parking.
I was out of the room a bit, so
Sorry. Okay, so the concerns were parking, traffic, neighborhood character, and safety were the main.
And how did you respond to those, or what was the response? What was the sort of information that you were presenting to the residents to give them comfort?
We presented our plans and we spoke to the studies that we commissioned, which I used today. We had a traffic study commission in support of the parking and the traffic of the site. The character fits in terms of zoning bylaw. That is just an as of right design. If this were a place of worship or a community center, we wouldn't need a zoning bylaw amendment. We could go to building permit and the community wouldn't have input at that point, right? So the design itself is allowed by the zoning bylaw, by the city's own policies. We've taken back their concerns. We've adjusted our parking arrangement in response to that and thoughtfully responded to the other concerns.
I'm sorry, you faded away there.
I thoughtfully responded to the other concerns of traffic, of character.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first speaker indicated that the site itself is not appropriate. I think that's what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
So, which would imply that the development itself doesn't really fit into the site. So presumably it's too large, too much of an impact.
Yeah.
Could you speak to that?
Again, this design, so to speak, is allowed as of right. Like I said, our zoning bylaw amendment is just for a use to allow multiple dwellings on a site that currently has a place of worship, which is not allowed. Only one dwelling is allowed, with the idea of it being the pastor's home or something like that. So the scale is certainly supported by the city in principle because of that. Because we meet the setbacks, because we meet the height requirements, this fits into the neighborhood designation. We don't need an official plan amendment. It fits the official plan, and the staff report backs that up. Clearly, the site is large enough to accommodate 2 buildings and a parking lot still. So this site is very appropriate in our.
And can you walk me through the demography and demographic as to who will be living here? You may have said it, I may have been out of, so I apologize.
We're not quite certain yet because we can't dictate that because we will be pulling from the city's list of tenants waiting for affordable housing. However, the design is geared towards youth through the natural synergy within the Mahat Center and through the size of units and type of units that we're providing.
And just tell me a little bit about the partnership with the the Boys and Girls Club and others and the church, I guess.
Yes, so the West Hills United Church sold their property, which they owned outright, to the Boys and Girls Club, who now owns the property and operates the Mahat Center in the same building as the church. So they're co-located in the building. The Boys and Girls Club acquired this property with the intention to develop it down the road into affordable housing, which meets the needs they see in the community here.
And will there be any element of support and assistance to those residents? Is there a need for that?
Well, there is the center right across the street. It's all part of a campus, right? So there will be job support, skills support, and broader access to the BGC network through that contact.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. I want to ask a bit about, so first off, 29 parking spots. And my understanding is from the report, it's flexible parking spots. So the church, the Mayette, and if youth are driving that live in this building, they're all going to share the 29 spots.
That's right.
And how did that 29 get arrived at?
That is what we could provide. So we didn't want to shortchange the parking. We did look at the use of the BGC, which is most of their staff use transit. A lot of their clients use transit. The church is online first, right? So the site overall has fairly low parking demand for what you'd expect from a community center or place of worship, just by those attributes. So from there, we look to provide enough parking for the residents, understanding that parking is one of the most expensive parts of a development. So we're looking to make affordable housing, right? These things only work if you cut costs where you can. One of the big costs is surface parking, maintaining that parking, putting it in, and minimizing the amount of space you have for the building. So by maximizing our building space, by providing those 47 units that fit nicely onto this parcel, what we had left was space for 29 parking, which was appropriate for the other uses on site.
Okay. And then, so the buses that are stored there now, are they going to be moved offsite somewhere else, or is that a new chick question?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be speaking later, so yeah.
Okay.
It's different.
And then I know the basement of the Mayette gets rented out or loaned out for community use. Like I know there's a scout troop, they use it on Tuesday evenings, I think. Are they still going to be using the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And then that tied in, so the parking, like I know a couple of leaders, in full disclosure, I'm involved in Scouts Canada. So they would be using that. They'd still have available parking space in the evening. Okay. And then the youth that are going to be living in the building, and so it's affordable housing. So there's a difference between affordable housing and low income housing.
Yes.
So the youth, how is it determined which youth will be living in this building?
Again, it'll be
an application process they go through
because it's
serve or.
Yeah, because it's rent geared to income housing in partnership with the city, it'll be pulled from the city's lists of potential tenants, as far as I understand it. Yeah, sure.
Can I switch to that question?
Sure.
So I'm from SHS. I'm a development manager with SHS. The way housing will work is we'll work in tandem with the housing secretariat on an access plan. So we will be seeking rent supplements for all units in the building. But we will also work very closely with Boys and Girls Club, housing secretariat together to create an access plan to choose how those tenants will be selected.
Okay. And these are 47 independent units. There won't be like a manager on site.
There is a staff room on site for Boys and Girls Club staff. So I'm sure we'll speak a bit later about the kind of programming of the site, but there is room for staff on site and there will be supports for tenants.
Okay. And then the age range of the youth, is there an age range you're looking at?
Then Uche will speak more to the actual target demographic.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Zeke Camille. Zeke Camille, followed by Scott Seeger, and then Blaine Elliott of the Orchard Park Drive, West Hill Drive, and Mance Road Alliance. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay. My own?
Yep. And your microphone, the red light should be on. Can somebody make sure his mic's on, please?
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, council members and everyone. I would first like to thank everyone who was able to make it here or out there joining us online, taking the time off their busy schedule. I'm here to strongly object what has been proposed for 62 Orchard Park. Among other things, for the reasons of parking issues, as my neighbor Derek alluded to. On the other hand, disagreeing completely with the gentleman planner who just spoke before me. I live right next door at 52 Orchard Park, and I know how busy the parking gets as is. That said, I was expecting to speak after my wonderful neighbor Blaine, who is more prepared and more articulate than me. I was hoping to add just in case anything is missed. However, because I was called ahead of her to avoid being redundant and avoid wasting Constance and everybody's time, I would, if possible, defer my time to her.
Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for the deputation. Next deputant is
Okay.
Zeki Camille. That's Zeki. Thank you, Zeki.
Okay.
The next deputant is Scott Seeger.
Yeah, good morning.
Just give you 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Scott Seeger. I'm a business owner at Obsidian Mechanical in Scarborough since 1986. I live on 17 West Hill Drive. I'm a little concerned about the amount of buildings being built in our community. We have 2,400 units being built in a 1 kilometer section of Kingston Road. This proposal here at 62 has 29 parking spaces with a church, a community center, and 46 units. I don't think that that's appropriate. In addition to all the traffic that we're going to have, we've had numerous accidents because we haven't had the infrastructure of adding lights or center medians on Kingston Road with the added traffic. I anticipate with the 10,000 extra people living in the 1 kilometer section, it's only going to get more and more chaotic and more dangerous for us in the environment. I'm hoping that maybe we could put some center medians in or something to minimize these problems, because currently with the red lines in effect, people are using the side streets like rats in the nose to try and alleviate the traffic from the backup from the red lanes. We, all of us in our community have multiple times tried to contact Jennifer McKelvey in her office. I have personally sent 50 emails. I have visited her office many times. I've called there and have not been able to meet with her at any time. I just feel like my community has become a victim to all these housing and development. It was a 7-story area. It got increased to 14 stories. And it's just not the same anymore. It's making it not as nice of a neighborhood. I'd like to think that we need to start to put a handle on what we're trying to do and look at the impact it has on us that live there and try to minimize the problems that we have. I mean, I've lived there a long time. My whole life, business in Scarborough. You know, I lived at my house. I lived in Scarborough my entire life. Cedarburg Cinema. I was just like yourself, you know. And it's changed, and I welcome change. But this particular, it's a small property. It has a church, a community center, and now 46 units with 29 parking spaces in total. I don't think it fits the dynamic, and I'm sure you guys looking at it realistically agree with me. So I'm sure there's some other people that are going to come up and speak about it. But anyways, I thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Questions for the deputant? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. So first, thank you for your commitment to our community. That's very evident in your speaking points. I just would like to get your reaction to the fact that these units are being developed for youth, local youth, Scarborough youth that want to stay in our community. I mean, I just ran into a friend today at TTC, and he grew up in Scarborough, parents are still in Scarborough, and like many of my friends that I grew up with, he now lives in Pickering because they've essentially been priced out. Why would we want to welcome the opportunity for youth to be able to stay in Scarborough because so many have been priced out?
Well, it's not that I don't want youths to stay there, but when I went to the public meeting, the people that up here had indicated to me that this housing was available to anyone. It was not specifically targeted for youth. That's something that seems to have come up today. That was not the case when I was there, and they had their whole presentation set forward. I asked who was capable of getting into some of these youths. They said anyone who qualifies. It wasn't specifically for youth. It's suddenly seems to be a point of interest now. But that was not the original meeting. Many of us were at the meeting and told that exactly that. So I can't quite answer that to you. Okay. I have nothing against youth. I employ youth. I encourage that in my business. I do everything I can for the community. But I think it compromises what I've worked for. I work hard for what I have. Our neighbors will work hard. I don't think this suits the environment. If you would walk to the facility and look at what they propose, it doesn't blend in with the surrounding area. You know, and building tall buildings along Kingston Road, it has a little bit of a different dynamic. This is a corner, kind of fleeing neighborhood. And I think it's not suitable. There's other locations for something like this. And 29 spots for a church, a community center. Gentlemen, there's going to be 20 people going to the church alone. So there's 9 spots left. Then you have a community center. So let's say there's no spots left and you still have to house 46 units. I just don't think there's enough parking. And it just doesn't fit with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir, and thank you very much for your comment. You caused me to want to ask you a question based on your response to Councillor Myers. You're okay with youth now that you've heard that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I have nothing against youth. I like opportunity for them. I want people to succeed forward for their future. They're the people of tomorrow without them in trouble.
Fair enough, sir, and thank you very much for your comment. You indicated that, at least the impression I got from your comment, and I could be wrong, so if I'm wrong, you can correct me, sir, please, that you didn't know what type of people or who was going to live there. So that gave you pause to be concerned. Would I be correct in that discernment?
Yes, in the meeting I was told anyone could qualify for the facility.
Right, and so what's wrong with that?
Nothing. It's just that now it's said that it's all youth oriented, it's all targeted. That was not in the meeting. Yeah, and I just questioned that.
No, and that's really important. So I just wanted to draw that out. So you weren't saying, hey, certain types of people can't live here. You're now being more
information. I personally could qualify to live there.
Yeah, no. I just wanted to draw that out, sir, so that it wasn't an inference that somehow you didn't want certain types of people to live there. And you clearly illustrated that that's not the case.
No, absolutely not.
Perfect. So something should be done on that site. Would you agree?
There's a church there. I could see a community center. I could see that. I could see something for youth. But I think the 47 units is I don't think it's appropriate.
Fair enough. So that's your displeasure then with respect to that type of development, not so much that nothing can be there.
Yes, and my displeasure comes with many other things in the area. You know, we have the mosque at the corner of Mance Road in Kingston. There's 47 units. There's probably 300 cars that go to there, and a lot of those cars migrate to this place now. So if we build this, where's all these cars going to go?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So I concern myself a little bit. It's getting crowded. We've had some fatalities recently with a child killed on a motorcycle. The traffic is getting, and like I said, the people are using the side streets to try to alleviate the traffic on Kingston Road. And, you know, it's difficult. And I think we need to look at things and try and plan move for the future, you know? And, Eglinton East is going to be great when that gets done because my business is right on Eglinton Avenue. For 13 years, I've been dealing with the problems that come with that. So I'm trying to maintain and trying to be patient, but you know, things do take longer than you anticipate. But
I have to be realistic about what I want. Why would I work so hard all my life? Why do I employ people? Why am I such a vibrant part of the community when things just start to fall apart around you and you're not comfortable in that environment anymore? It's my concern.
Right, and that's fair enough. So what you want us to know here today isn't so much your displeasure about specific people living there. What you want us to understand is that because you've lived there for such a long period of time, you're part of the fabric of the community. There are certain things that you would want to support and promote, and other things that you don't want to promote and support, irrespective of how nice they may be, because it doesn't fit into your sense of what the community should be evolving to. Would that be correct?
Well, I think we have to live within our means, right? I think things need to be a certain way. I think inadequate parking at any facility is a problem.
Okay.
And should be considered. And I think that when we move forward, the dynamic should be like that, as it is of the neighborhood.
Gotcha.
I don't think we can just change how things look. We should try to conform and make things to be within a certain parameter, you know? And I think this doesn't blend with the community.
Fair enough. I appreciate your effort to respond to my question and your thoughtfulness in terms of response. So thank you, sir.
Okay.
Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next deputant is Blaine Elliott. Blaine Elliott, followed by Elmer Menez and Andrew Bendini. Do you need the cable guy?
Yes, I'll try to put it in myself. So I have a presentation and several of us are going to speak on it. So maybe we can sort of do all of us and then sort of answer questions. They're all sort of related concerns.
So there's yourself, Elmer, Andrew, and Brooks.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
We represent the OWM Alliance, which is residents of Orchard Park Drive, West Hill Drive, and Mance Road. Sorry. Sorry, it's not close enough. So I'm Blaine Elliott. I'm a resident of Orchard Park Drive. This is Elmar, Andrew, and Brooks, and we represent the OWM Alliance, which are residents of Orchard Park Drive, West Hill Drive, and Mance Drive. And sort of the main concerns that we've had as a community, which is inadequate parking to support the continued operations of the Nat Center, traffic congestion and growing concerns regarding road safety, and failure to consult with the neighboring community in a timely and meaningful consultation. I'm going to pass it to Almar first, though, to speak to the failure to consult. Sorry.
I was going to say good morning, but I'll say good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of council. My name is Varden, and I stand before you as father, homeowner, and a proud resident of Orchard Park Drive. Speaking on behalf of the community that is wide awake, deeply informed, and very concerned. For almost 6 years, I have lived on Orchard Park, long enough to build a home, long enough to build trust, and long enough to watch my two little girls, as 3 and 1, begin to discover the world on the very street that we now are fighting to preserve. Our neighbors have become more than just people next door. They are aunties and uncles to my children. They're kind neighbors that we bear sugar from on a regular basis and laugh on warm evenings. And moments of hardship. This is a living, breathing community, not a blueprint. And yet, today we are being asked to accept a proposal that threatens to unravel the delicate fabric that holds the community together. Let me be very clear about what's on the table. A development at 62 Orchard Park Drive that seeks to reduce parking from, I presume, 56 spaces to 29, with only 7 spaces reserved for that Nat Center, a facility that currently sees up to 40 cars during its peak hours. A development that proposes 47 residential units introduced without proper parking infrastructure, without traffic and mitigation, and without an honest assessment of what this means for residential streets like ours. This proposal violates zoning bylaw 569 section 2013. It is misaligned with the city's official plan, and it comes with no supporting amendment. It falls within the basement flooding area 57, where infrastructure is already unable to handle current demands. It involves the removal of multiple healthy trees without a valid preservation strategy, and it is missing key documentation, fire flow tests, rental declarations,
Heritage impact assessment for the historically significant building. But perhaps most insulting was how we found out. On April 16th, a sign appeared. There were no letters, no visits, no clear notice. A flyer was distributed to about a third of the street. Then came a public meeting. On April 23rd, no microphone, no open questions, no public record. Is this consultation or is this performance? What did it say about our city when due process is treated as a checkbox? What message do you send to homeowners, many of whom work their entire lives to live here? When our voices are treated as background noise, what kind of city are we building if progress comes without accountability? Speaking of accountability, this project has been endorsed and championed by former Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey, who recently resigned from a position to become a member of Parliament for Ajax. While a commitment to development is acknowledged, it is important to note that she no longer represents our community. Decisions of this magnitude should not be driven by individuals who are no longer accountable to residents affected. Similarly, Andrew Gary Assembly has expressed support for this project. However, it appears that he has not fully considered the significant opposition within his own writing. As an elected representative, it is imperative that he engages with constituents and addresses their concerns before endorsing developments that impact their daily lives. This is not opposition for the sake of saying no. This is principled, lawful, and evidence-based stand against a proposal that is incomplete, unsafe, and unjust. We residents of Orchard Park, West Hill, Main Street have done our homework. We have submitted data, legal analysis, environmental reports, and gathered over 100 signatures. We are not just resisting, we're defending the law and protecting the community we call home. So I ask you, before you vote, truly ask yourself, would you approve this if it were your street? If your driver was being blocked by Harfleur from a facility that cannot support its current growth? Development must not come at the cost of community. Good ideas must still follow the law, and good intentions do not excuse broken processes. On behalf of the OWM Alliance and on behalf of the families of this neighborhood, I urge you to defend before this application, demanding the process, require compliance, require consultation, and require care. Because we are not just figures on a map, we are families, and this is our home. Thank you.
Okay, so the concern that I wanted to bring forward with this proposed development is the lack of adequate parking. So maybe we start the time over. So a total of 29 parking spaces have been proposed here. This includes 3 accessible spaces, 3 visitor spaces, and 4 non-residential parking spaces. So this says that there are 19 spots there designated to meet the needs of these 47 units, which include 3 3-bedroom units, 6 2-bedroom units, 4 1-bedroom units, and 34 studios. They did say earlier that this would be shared with the Mat Center, but as I'll show you in the next slide, we don't think that is sufficient. The 3 visitor spaces and 4 non-residential parking spaces is what we've basically is what has been allocated to meet the needs of the Mat Center. Since we found out about this, we've been looking at this parking lot on almost a daily basis as we have time, as we are working individuals. So as I've been able to capture this data, I have graphed it. You can see here the red bars are the number of cars parked in the parking lot. The lighter red represents the longer term vans and trailers that are parked there. I'm not including them in any of these numbers. And the yellow bar is the proposed number of 7 parking spots for the Mat Center. As you can see here, these programs are going to continue to operate under the Mat Center, which also includes early on programs and the church that operates on a weekly basis as well. And consistently, there's more than these 7 spaces can offer. For example, on May 4th, this aerial shot shows that there are 27 vehicles at 2:07 p.m. in the parking lot, scattered throughout, not including the 9 long-term vehicles along the back. Earlier on that same day, there were 41 vehicles, which is far over the 29 that is allocated towards this entire property.
So if I can speak as well, as you can see from the photographic evidence, we've got many, many more that are not included in this slide presentation today. You can see they're all date stamped though. They can be provided upon request. This center is at capacity for parking as it currently is. It is already a functioning community center, church, youth center, employment center, everything they say it is. And we welcome that to the community, and it is doing a great job at that. However, as you can see, the parking lot is already at capacity as it is. The cars are already overflowing onto Orchard Park Drive as it is. If we add 47 residential units into that parking lot, where do you think those cars are going to go? There is absolutely no parking to be leased in the area. The plaza just north on Kingston Road has just been demolished and is planning a 13-story, 500 unit building. To boot, what Scott had said, we have over 2,400 units being currently built, already approved within 1 kilometer of this location on Kingston Road. The density is already bursting at the seams. The accidents happening on Orchard Park Drive at the ends of Lawrence and Kingston, as well as West Hill, as well as Mance, are happening almost on a weekly basis. 2 weeks ago, we witnessed a father and son killed at Mance and Kingston Road. I personally have seen the stop sign on my street, Orchard Park Drive, ran over by cars and taken out at least 4 times in the last 9 years. I personally tried to get signalization installed at that intersection, but was told it's too close to Mance. There is not a legal permitted stopping distance. Therefore, no signalization will be implied ever at that location. Therefore, my argument is that this center already has sufficient parking for its operations. If you take that away, where are those cars supposed to go? This street is not legal for overnight parking. It will impede all the safety. Again, like Alamo, I have a 5- and 7-year-old who play on the street. If it's congested with additional cars, it's going to be just a liability for child safety, for the residents. It is going to be a nuisance for garbage pickup as well as snow removal. And it just does not fit the landscape of this community.
To go back to the parking there, for 47 units, this will be to serve at least 47 singles, couples, or families in that space. And we are allowing 1 parking space for every 2.5 units. This does meet the bylaw requirements, but the concern is more about the shared space with the mat. This parking allocation is required for the proposed unit, but now this leaves nothing for the mat center for parking.
So I'd also like to bring the attention, all of the neighbors who are here today in opposition of this. Okay, we were all at the meeting on Orchard Park Drive when we were short noticed about it. We are all here today. Everyone please say aye. Everyone is here in objection to this. Okay, this community is standing together. We also have over 100 signatures documented from the 3 neighboring streets that will be most affected by this. Not one of us approves of this. Okay, it's already a bursting environment. We're already at capacity in this neighborhood. This will not improve in any way. And I do recall on the night of their presentation that they said that this would be beneficial to all of us. And yet no one from the MAT Center organization could express to us, the residents of the existing Orchard Park Drive, Mance and West Hill Alliance, how would this be a benefit to us? No one could answer that question.
So I'm going to hand it over to Brooks, who will talk a little bit more about the road safety related to this parking.
So I once again echo, I think these are fantastic opportunities and we're all about engaging use, and there's a question about that. This particular space is coming into question because of its ability to meet the demand, and I'm very sure that that's not the case that it can. Congestion due to an increased area development. Orchard Park is under increasing traffic pressure due to major residential intensification nearby. Some proposed developments in the West Hill area are significantly altering traffic dynamics. Give you some stats here. 4630 Kingston Road, mixed-use condo development, 265 units, which will estimate 330 vehicles approximately. We have 4626 Kingston Road, affordable housing, 49. Yes, I'm going off a little bit of a different stat here too. And approximately 30 cars estimated for that. 4125 Lawrence Avenue, supportive housing, 60 units, between 10 to 50 estimated. 62 Orchard Park again, which would have about 47 units, estimating reality about 45 parking spots is needed. Fair housing between 2020 and 2024, various private bids, about 88 cars in that. I could go on. We have the mosque, as was mentioned hitherto. Aggregate estimated traffic pressure, total new residential units since 2020 would be around 511. I don't know about the traffic study that was created in the PLM. Estimated additional vehicles from residential between 530 and 570. Peak institutional and event-based vehicle surges were going to be up to 300 plus vehicles at once. These are conservative measures I beg you to take heed in. Overflow parking in Orchard Park Drive blocks driveways. We are having issues with regards to snow plowing, leaf collection, or I should say leaf bag collection, waste disposal when garbage day happens, emergency vehicles getting down. If you take a look at our street and park on both sides, you can only get one vehicle down at a time. And as you can see in that picture, that is happening, despite the pictures that were shown earlier from the applicant. They chose a lean day for the parking lot that day. Risk to emergency vehicles, I talked about that. Reports have been actually made to police. I have some documented about speeders down our street. There are no speed reducing speed humps or anything like that. Traffic calming initiatives. Also, the do not turn left, as you can see here, plus the window. Look at where they have to go. Look at this loop of the unending traffic that's going to be going down Orchard Park all of the time to cut through to Kingston Road. It is supposed to be a traffic calming neighborhood. We have multiple pedestrian incidences. We have a fatality that was mentioned. We have Toronto police data. I had looked into that for the information that confirmed increased enforcement and complaint reports in this entire stretch of traffic. We have the additional mosque that was considered in. The spillover parking, we have pictures of that. The data showing the cars lined up all along Mance Road, actually using the parking lot over here, that parking lot in question, and also Orchard Park Drive and on West Hill. We could continue to go on. The bottom line, life is often when I use the word quixotic. We have these ideas and we mean well, but I think again, this is the wrong place to be putting such a great initiative. I commend them. I think it's fantastic. I want to commend you for what you're trying to do. I think it's great, but this is just not the right particular place based on all the evidence that we have provided as an alliance. And there's a lot of evidence. You've received the report.
Anything else? Any more? For slides. So I just want to say thank you for your time. I do appreciate this. Is my first time at a city hall meeting. As you can see, our neighborhood is very concerned about this. We all take pride in our neighborhood and our homes and our safety. And we truly feel that this is going to just densify our neighborhood to a degree that is just unacceptable. We feel that is just too much in such a small location, and that the current building already has a sufficient amount of parking for its already existing programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputants? Councillor Cannavale and then Councillor Myers.
Thank you through you, Chair. So just to pick up on the questions I was asking the previous deputant, do any of you disagree that the City of Toronto is currently in a housing crisis?
No, we don't.
No.
Not disagree. Unequivocally, do not disagree.
Do any of you disagree that our youth, particularly youth from Scarborough, need a place to live and to grow and to develop in Scarborough?
No, we don't disagree with that whatsoever. We do support their initiative. We just feel that the location they've chosen is not adequate.
It's location merit.
We fully support. I mean, these are the future, absolutely.
So, I mean, what you described on the traffic, I think you will all agree, whether this development goes ahead or not, that those traffic problems are real and they need to be addressed. That's a process that can be addressed when the new local councillor is elected. That should be addressed regardless of whether this goes ahead or not, because those stats are real. No one's denying that. No one's denying that there is a real legitimate safety issue. I think what I'm struggling with, you know, you all are reasonable people, is I know what you're saying in that, you know, this site, just because of all the additional development that's going on, sometimes just the way real estate works and the way these types of deal work, it's this site or no site. And that's the decision that we're often left with, because there just happens to be a church at this location that is willing to develop this site. There just happens to be the Boys and Girls Club that's a willing partner. There just happens to be like the stars just align, and they just happen to align. You're shaking your head, but yes, that's the way these things work. And when we get a good affordable housing project like this in the middle of a housing crisis that you all agree, in the middle of a city that is struggling to house its youth, we need to take those opportunities. And I'm not saying this, please, like, don't want to be interrupted. So I just would like you guys to, if this project does go ahead, to please be open-minded. These will be your neighbors. These will maybe potentially be your kids one day who will be going into these houses. So just please be open-minded and work with the new councillor and the city staff to make this project successful, because you all have a stake in it. You need questions. That's my question / comment.
I'm sorry, that's not a question. I'm sorry.
The question, that's
Okay, sorry, Councillor, any other questions?
Nope.
Nope, okay. Councillor Cannavale? Councillor Cannavale?
Sorry, thank you. There was a comment about process. Did you feel there wasn't enough consultation? What exactly was the concern on process?
You want to speak to that a bit more, Albert?
Sure.
So the time that we were afforded, there was mention at the actual meeting, the open house, that this was already discussed last year at some general meeting, but the vast majority of the street were not notified about this general meeting. We usually found out about this development when the city boards were planted on the actual front lines of the Mad Center. And so when we were notified about that this development was coming through, and there was going to be an open house, we were deeply concerned. And so we kind of sprung into action, found out more information, researched and looked it up. But otherwise, I mean, again, hardworking people that live about our day, and we're not constantly aware of what's going on around on the street. So then we were notified, and once the flyer came out a few weeks later, again, oh, okay.
Was there an in-person opportunity to ask questions? And
so yeah, so the in-person open house that happened on the 23rd of April was structured to really ask questions as a general meeting. So like, this is the information you can ask questions to individual people, city planners that were present and architects that were present, but it was not so much to voice concerns as a community.
There's also a question about safety. What exactly is the concern on the safety element beyond the traffic implications?
The traffic implications is the issue with that.
Okay.
Realistically, yes.
As part of the interaction with staff, open house or not, is the community amenable to parking restrictions on your side streets that would address the folks who would park who are not? Is that something that would be amenable as a potential solution, working with the new councillor?
Well, by parking restrictions, it's very crowded. I actually invite Scarborough City Council to go out and take a look. Park your car and see what we're talking about. It's very busy, very congested there. So yes, I would open, very in a quixotic fashion we are, but what does that look like?
And to confirm, the fact it's a youth population that are obviously, I would imagine, capable of independent living, as opposed to requiring needs, but there's still capacity for staff to support. It's not a question on the demographic or the type of clientele or population.
Not at all. And I think if this were a condo versus a rental versus supportive housing, we have the same concerns. They're all traffic, parking related. This will happen regardless of who is living there.
Okay, I think it's important to know and set the record for the public and us. So to sum, it's safety implications from traffic, it's parking, and was the third one, if there was?
Well, it was, the third one was the fact that we weren't consulted. That was the big thing of our presentation, right? Due diligence wasn't there despite what might be said. But for sure, the parking, and you mentioned that earlier, Councillor, and your concerns earlier, same thing. There's idealism about what the future holds, but it's not connected to the Eglinton line at all.
We have no major TTC substations.
We don't.
Okay, so parking, traffic implications.
Can I elaborate? Yes. Further to what you said earlier, this area of Scarborough is not the downtown core. We do not have any major TTC stations in the near vicinity. It is still a world where people require a car. They do have sufficient bicycle parking, but I'm sorry, with 2 feet of snow, no one's riding a bicycle 6 months through the year in this area.
And is your concern with the parking, the young people, the future residents?
No, it's more the existing community center. It's already at capacity. It's already using the square footage that's there. So how can one justify putting 47 units in an existing parking lot? Let's look at all of the other churches, schools, restaurants. Are we occupying their parking spots with housing? Are we just going to eliminate car parks? I'm sorry, but we are not the downtown core, and we cannot say that we're going to accommodate to that in Scarborough. Maybe 20 years from now, I would agree. But at this current time, we just don't have that kind of support.
Sorry, lastly, the idea of putting a traffic light at and Kingston?
Yes, because of the stop sign being eliminated at least 3 to 4 times the last 9 years due to accidents. I did inquire for a traffic light to be put there for safety reasons. I was advised it is too close to Mance and Kingston. There's not enough stopping distance, therefore it was rejected. That's never going to change, right? The stopping distance is never going to change.
The reason I asked that is that there's a potential parking solution on the north side of Kingston where you've got a commercial retail parking lot.
That will already be more than a capacity for the building that will be going in there. There's a 13-story condo going in there, 560 units, I believe. So there will be no parking there. There will be no, and there is a mosque next door as well, which is already next door to that building on Kingston. And that is already at capacity for parking as well. We've noticed them parking on Mance and Orchard Park at the current time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions of the deputants? Seeing none. So can I just ask, so the town hall meeting, can you raise your hand if you went to it? Okay, thank you. So I guess to the 4 of you, I'm trying to understand, so you said you didn't have enough notice to get to it. How much notice did you need? Because I understood from like the report that the open house was very well attended. So
because several of us
if it was already very well.
We went door to door and advised the neighborhood because only a selected amount of homes in the very close proximity were actually addressed by letter mail. So we actually canvassed the neighboring streets where we also gathered over 100 signatures petition.
So that's great. You fulfilled I guess your mandate of the OWML Alliance. But if you got most of the neighborhood to get to the open house to give your feedback.
Unfortunately, it wasn't structured in an event where we were to provide feedback. They did a very quick presentation and turned off the microphone, and they addressed us to go individually speak to the planners and architects.
But it was an open house format.
It was not. It was not planned as an open house format. No.
Not a format, was it?
It was basically their CEO did a presentation. They had a bunch of boards set up around the perimeter. They had some informational boards,
right?
But there was no designated Q&A session whatsoever.
Okay, I'll ask my own staff about that. And then, so at Orchard Park in West Hill, you have turn restrictions now in the morning.
Correct.
Down on.
Correct. No left turns, no southbound.
Former Councillor McKelvey put that in. And then, both streets don't have any sidewalks at all. Is that something do you want sidewalks on either street for pedestrians, or you still want people walking on the road?
Eventually, now we're like speed bumps.
That's the big one because of there's police reports on it, and I have them on the speeding that's going on there. By the way, McKelvey, for those do not turn lefts, that was us that lobbied them to pay for this.
Yep, right. Well, that's the way it works.
In regards to sidewalks, I mean, we're not completely against sidewalks. I personally don't want to give up frontage. I like having a driveway that can fit 4 cars. If I had a sidewalk, I would only fit 2 cars. I don't believe that's my decision to make. That would increase a little bit of safety, but that will not change the density and the amount of cars parked on the road and the narrowed streets and the liabilities associated with that, as well as the hazards for the city workers like garbage removal, leaf removal, snow removal, right? That would just be a burden to the street.
Yeah, because personally, when I drive down Orchard Park, like I do more of I don't have so much trouble with the Mayat. It's more residents on Orchard Park that are parking on the road where I gotta swerve around.
I'd say that's fairly.
And you all have very long driveways.
Yep. So I'd say it's fairly uncommon. We don't typically have many cars parked on the road, and there is a bylaw that they are not to be parked overnight.
And currently with the parking that's here, like we don't typically see cars from the Mat Center parking on the street. This is just with the loss of the parking.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Shabnam Kaja and Bahadin Kaja. They're online. Yep. Followed by Clara Peluso.
Muting, yes. Can you hear us?
I can. Are you speaking together or?
Yeah, my husband will speak first.
Okay.
Yeah, we've
we can
been
hear
on
you fine.
Orchard Park Drive for the past 25 years. And we have contributed towards the intensification of the residents over there. Many people live in basement apartments on that street now. So we have contributed towards the intensification. And you'll be surprised, we have some refugees who came and within 6 months, they have 3 cars parked over there. So if you tell me that there's no need for cars, when refugees can come and buy cars in 6 months, you think nobody will be there without a car on that parking lot in your 62 Orchard Park Drive. There's so many things that have changed. There were all double lots before. People have bifurcated and divided their things and built houses. The number of houses have almost doubled on that street. And you have people who have basements rented out to the youth of Scarborough. So the Scarborough youth is there. We've contributed towards the intensification of residents in the city. And we do all kinds of things to make sure that the street is safe. And you have now small children that go to school. And you have these people speeding on that street. There's so many things we have done, and you don't seem to realize that we have contributed towards the intensification. And now you're shoving this down our throat again. There's so many buildings on Kingston Road, just opposite there, that have probably 13 floors and 500 units. So I don't know how much more you expect from us. Thank you.
I would just like to add that in the first item on your agenda, it was almost like you were the council, the members were talking about, yes, we are talking about the TTC increasing the bus service and all of that public transportation, and we are not there yet. Therefore, the Eglinton, whatever your first item on your agenda, did not go through. I do not understand why your own arguments, if you look at your minutes of today's meeting, your own arguments do not apply here. You were making the same arguments that we are making now, and you all voted to defer that development. And it seems to me like and in this case, you are with the side of the Scarborough Boys and Girls Club. The Scarborough Boys and Girls Club is, by its very definition, a boys and girls club. They have no experience with residential, tenant, youth situations. So they are not qualified to run a rental unit in a parking lot that is currently being used at capacity for the Mat Center. This is basically trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. I know it's politically very correct. Everybody wants to see the youth rehabilitated and all of that, but Scarborough Boys and Girls Club simply do not have the expertise. I know they have the goodwill, but they do not have the expertise to run this. And with all of the objections of the current residents, I think this is very, very unfair to the retirees. We are all retirees and we just like to live, just like you want a place for the youth of Scarborough to be there. I think you should start thinking of the retirees who live on those streets. We'd like to live there, and we've earned our right, I think, to live there. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Does anybody have any questions for the deputants? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, I have Sarah Pluso, Ucha Sawyers, and Lou Faludis.
Hi. Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you. I live on West Hill Drive. I've lived there now for 7 years, and I grew up a few streets over. So I know the neighborhoods very well. I've played on those streets many times. But I just wanted to give an example, a lot has already been said, that already somebody is parking on West Hill Drive, and I see them moving their car over and just move it around, like within the first 6, from Kingston Road onward to about the first 6 houses, they just move that truck around, right? And as well, we do have a lot of young people on my street, and our street probably, and I don't know if they're all students, but somebody has knocked on my door and has asked if we would rent a spot to them on our driveway. So I think that already with people with more babies coming in the area, as well as that one, that we have to start looking at parking, and that it will continue to grow and be an issue.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much this afternoon. Ucha Sawyers.
Good afternoon, City Council members, and thank you to everyone here who's taking the time to stay and contribute to this very critical conversation this afternoon and process. In particular, I want to thank our neighbors who have come to share their views and opinions of our vision to animate affordable housing for young adults living, working, educated locally in Southeast Scarborough. Just quickly wanted to answer what Yamboja. Yamboja Village, the name is a West African traditional principle, embodiment, and represents the mother of humanity. And I think that really sets a tone for how we approached as a 68-year-old organization serving Southeast Scarborough. So, as stated, my name is Ucha Sawyers. I'm the CEO of BGC East Scarborough and the Youth Innovation and Cultural Center. I'm Scarborough born, Scarborough General, and my parents and my grandparents immigrated to Canada from Jamaica and Trinidad in the 1970s. And actually, my grandfather and grandmother are, my grandmother says, the first Black owners of property on Old Kingston Road. So my family has a historical legacy in Scarborough going back all the way to the early 70s, over 55 years. BGC Scarborough is a nonprofit and charitable or community-based organization. We're a United Way anchor agency that has been serving Southeast Scarborough, the Southeast Scarborough community since 1956. So as I mentioned, 68 years old. Just to clarify, we do offer services from cradle to career, and we've been doing that for over, actually 42 years now. So initially,
The club grew from an after-school program that was actually focused on supports and preventative programs for boys only. And we've grown to Scarborough's largest multi-service organization serving a diverse intersection of children, youth, and their families. I do want to also include that we do also serve older adults through a 10-year-old older adult program that engages adults and encourages them to learn and engage through physical activity, and also giving direct supports through our team so that they can become familiar with a wide variety of technology, which has been fun. Sorry, I usually speak right off my head, but I really wanted to get the points out. So we, in December of 2020, following presenting our vision for youth development in the KGA area with Deputy Jennifer McKelvey. She introduced us to West Hill United Church, the board of governance there. In our first meeting, it was a serendipitous experience. So, we identified a win-win. As was mentioned earlier, the church population was dwindling. We needed a space, to expand for our youth services. We also presented the vision at that time because of our experience for over 68 years serving children and youth, that our youth population was quickly diminishing. So as the councilor mentioned earlier, we have many youth who are looking for housing. These are not just youth who are facing, they're facing systemic barriers, but they are also meeting the call to optimize their lives. So we're talking about youth who work at your local bank, who work in the workforce, who go to school at UTSC and work part-time, are living with parents and past the age of 25, some of them perhaps maybe a little bit younger, but still contributing as members of local community. They've gone to school, but like me, have been born in that particular community, or originally migrated there, some of them. And they've been stewards. And I think it's important to mention that. So purchase West Hill, to purchase West Hill United Church from the current congregation so that we can embark on this partnership together. The existing 13,000 square foot building was transitioned into Ma'at Youth Innovation and Cultural Center. Ma'at currently offers 4 employment services programs for youth, and young adults. We do youth outreach services. We've anchored a restorative justice program. We have cultural programs for a broad spectrum of the local community. We do youth mentoring and academic bridging. Yeah.
Just got to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. So, I just want to say that of all of the projects that have been brought in since 2020, we represent less than 1.3% of projects that are being led for affordable housing. So we really want to demonstrate and have the opportunity, as was mentioned, this alignment that has come into fruition. And we want to be able to work with local neighbors to create a sustainable opportunity that can grow into the 10 generations ahead, which was really the foundation for how we've approached this particular and critical work. So I'll leave it open to questions. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So thank you for coming today. One of the comments from the earlier, one of the deputants had said something along the lines of what experience do you have in running affordable housing? So could you just elaborate on that, please?
So this, we're part of a network of clubs across the country. We did heavy consultation with our club in Alberta, who has historically run for 30 years, youth-based housing, so transitional housing, long-term housing, affordable
housing, and they also have a program that gets young adults into their first homes. We also did extensive research and participate with an incubator out of U of T that supports agencies like ours to develop capacity to embark on affordable housing initiatives. Part of the partnership, so we have a sprawling partnership that's holding this particular project together. One of them is with Neighborhood House and also Dream Legacy, who has a historic, both have histories over 30 years of supporting the development. One is a developer development foundation. The other is a nonprofit very well known to the city of Toronto, supporting affordable housing projects for community. So they are core partners to support that particular piece in terms of the property management, but also co-train our team so that they can build capacity over the next 5 years.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. So Uche, I just want to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
So parking.
Yeah.
One of the deputant's pictures, the parking lot was overflowing at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And cars on the street. Was that a MAD?
So
the mosque across the street that was using parking during. I've never seen parking lots.
So to be clear, the parking parking right now, the use of parking, in order for revenue generation, we lease space, to long or short-term tenants that park, trucks and so on and so forth. So you see the leg of vehicles. We can't, it wouldn't be fair for me to effectively respond to that particular night, but in general, that parking is conducive to that particular space when there's an event, or let's say if there's a rental. Our current operational model allows for rentals and so on and so forth. When we develop, our operational model pivots and changes. Right now, our staff that are there in the day, they are less than 5 of them that actually park there. What happens is we currently, because it is an open lot, lease spaces to tenants in the neighborhood, including John Hopkins and the new City of Toronto building across the street. Whereas they're developing, when their development is finished, it is, the agreement is that they will transition to their own parking.
Okay.
So that's what's seen now. We've explained this in our the meeting that we had, the community consultation meeting, but however, it just wasn't digested well. Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. I explained the rules earlier about being polite, letting everybody have their moment to speak, and so I would ask everybody to respect that right. Thank you. And sorry, then, so 47, there's going to be 47 youth living in this building if this comes to fruition. And has there been any review done about how many youth would be driving?
So I have my
at City Hall that the largest demographic that's not driving anymore are people between the ages of 16 and 36.
That's right.
And that's why we're closing a lot of our TTC parking lots. They're not being used. That age demographic just doesn't drive.
That's right. And so
affordable housing units. So I'm just wondering, excuse me, if there's been any modeling done on other experiences, whether with SHS, whether you have 47 youth living in this building, how many actually do you expect to drive?
So we took this research into consideration, and I have Marco just come and speak specifically to the metrics that we've researched on that.
So we don't have specific numbers on youth, but there was an Ontario-wide study that looked at affordable housing. It ranged from 0.1 to 0.4 spaces per unit. And then similar comparable projects with a similar height, similar number of units, similar urban environment tended to be about 0.2, 0.222 parking spaces per unit. So for our project, that means 10 is the expected parking demand just based on research.
And you've worked all of that into this 29 spot parking formula?
Yes. Yeah. And including the flexibility, recognizing that it's time-sensitive use of the space, including, churches Sunday mornings and other things like that. By allowing flexible parking, the residents might not always park their cars there. They might be gone, the church uses it for an hour, and then that person leaves and the resident comes back, right? So that low demand, which is probably honestly conservative because that doesn't take into account that it's youth that are accessing this. It's just all affordable housing buildings. It might be lower than that 10.
And sorry, Ucha, just to confirm in for everybody here, so if this comes to fruition, you won't be renting Mat 8 space out with overflow, like parking down Orchard?
No. So we expand to 36 different satellite sites in the local community. We're probably, as I mentioned, we're the largest multi-serving agency in the local community. So we have a main site at 100 Galloway with more than sufficient parking that we also that can be pivoted to for rentals that are in gross size or large numbers. We currently operate in this model because that's a current state. We will we're very open to pivoting our operational model into, and let's be clear, these are additional like social enterprise revenue generation, but we can pivot that to Galloway or one of our other sites. It's not a major consideration for rentals, aren't a major consideration for this particular site. And as Michael said, we have to take into consideration time and use and all of those factors. The church is only there on Sundays, and if anyone that drives by on a Sunday can see that there's minimal because they are, for the most part, online. So we've made sure and put our scheduling and our timetables for the local site, considering parking, considering time and usage. And it should be noted that the youth that participate in our programs take up less than 2% of the parking when they are in program.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next deputant is Lou Felitas. Sorry, Ucha. Ucha, come on back. Councillor Meyer. Councillor Cannibal has a question.
Sure. Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Just a question. We heard from the community, a large number of them, on the concerns, in my opinion, legitimate concerns that would come out of the parking constraints with the application. I wanted to get a sense from you, A, what are your thoughts on that? And B, are you willing to work with the community and the city to address potential and likely parking infractions and issues?
So I think my thoughts on it are that they are legitimate concerns. I can imagine, I can put myself in the position of somebody living on the street and not understanding the business or the operational model of an organization. The reality is that we work there every day. They don't understand how our programs run or what the schedules are and so on and so forth. And when I'm speaking of, where I'm speaking about is our particular site, we are very open, as we mentioned in the community. We're very, very open and flexible to meeting with community, working with the city council to find a win-win solution that works collaboratively for everybody. So that's not an issue for us at all.
You mentioned there may be a lack of understanding of how your programs works.
Yeah.
Are you open to creating time and space for the community to ask those questions and get a better understanding of how your programs work?
Oh, definitely. And this is why our community meeting was designed in the way it was, so that people can interact with not just a top-down approach. It was to come across. You could speak to any of we had our program staff from all of our programs there. We had board members. We had obviously myself. We had our consultants. We had our architects there. And we wanted people to have the opportunity to directly engage and share their concerns, and also be able to receive and be open to hearing, how we aim to go about that. And so definitely, again, we consider everyone here, regardless of views, our neighbors, and I was willing to work, again, for the win-win.
And last question, not sure if you're here to see their presentation, very well articulated, and they showed the data that was collected around parking that's currently on site and then what is being proposed, what comes to your mind as an example of a strategy or potential solution that you guys could work with the city and the community to address the excess number of cars?
Well, one of the big things is that we're looking at the current operational model, and I think we really have to take that into, into account. The current operational model has a large parking lot, right? So, at this point, that's how it's being used. We also are looking at data that was captured on particular dates, not looking at a broad spectrum of time. And again, be open to looking at collective solutions. However, our operational model will definitely be impacted and changed when we have, when it be pushed forward to animate the remote or village sites. So we wouldn't be operating in the same model. Obviously, our rentals are on a month-to-month basis. That we are embarking on this particular initiative. So we don't have any fixed commitment or long-term commitment to anyone who's currently parked there on a long-term basis. And then with the traffic and flow issues or concerns that have been brought up, our parking is isolated to our particular lot. We don't spill, onto. And we don't spill onto the Orchard Park Road itself. If others choose to park there, we can't be held accountable for that because it just is really what it is. So again, open to collaborate and very, very much looking forward to involving the conversation with local community and the new councillor representing the area.
And how many spots are you expecting from staff on site? And if you are aware of potentially from residents?
So right now, of our current staff that work there, we have less than 7 of them that park there. In fact, we've even discussed having, because we have no parking at our Galloway site, having staff park at Galloway and just running a shuttle because we have 2 shuttle buses that run throughout the community. We don't have an issue with moving accommodations for the local community if it means that we have to shift or adapt, how our staff get to sites. But the reality is the volume of people that we serve are coming there on TTC or by foot because they are local or within a bus TTC range of the site.
And sorry, to confirm, shuttle buses you mentioned, they run between the Boys and Girls Club and this proposed site?
So we have a shuttle bus that actually goes, it has a capacity to go between Galloway and, which is 5 minutes away. Right now, we use the bus to run shuttle a community from Dancing to the site, also from Orton Park and back and forth. We'll use from Orton Park back and forth to program, not necessarily at this particular site. We have 2, 1 school bus and a large vehicle that works in those capacities, yeah.
So you're at the end of your time, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
Yeah.
Councillor Candoval asked you a question about the parking on site, and I thought I heard you said, we can't control what happens on the site when we're there. Did you say that?
No, I said we can't control the parking on Orchard Park. So we can control parking on our site. We cannot control the parking on the street. So we, as we've mentioned, there's other entities, different. We don't know where that particular parking comes from. I can't speak to that. I can only speak to our lot.
Sure, no, fair enough, and that's why I asked the question, because that's what I thought I said, but it wasn't. So could I, through you, Mr. Chair, ask you, do you have any empathy at all to the feelings or the views of the residents? Their concerns, they've been raised with you. Parking's one. They've also the sort of, the fundamental change site that has an impact. Do you have concerns about their views?
So definitely, this is why we're open to working with them and the new councillor to find win-win solutions. At the same time, we've proposed a variety of different models that we think could work as solutions, and they've haven't been well received. So at this time, we're again, very open to dialogue, very open to working to find a collective solution. This is not an easy thing. We put ourselves in the place of residents that are looking at change. The reality is that, where are youth going to go?
I appreciate that. When you said, and again, I'm just trying to discern answers and try to get a better understanding. So my query to you isn't should be negative or anything. I'm just trying to learn because I don't know the site. I've never visited and so on. So I'm learning based on the report and what's being said. So you said that through the consultation and or the conversation with residents, you are, again, maybe I heard you incorrectly, so I just want to make sure I'm fair and I'm hearing you properly, that you are amenable to making changes. Did you say that?
That's right.
What are those changes based on what the residents are saying? How would you address the changes that you're amenable to making based on their requests?
So I think what Martha had shared earlier around having more of a constellation model or a shared use model that doesn't restrict, so that we have more flexibility on how the parking is being used, is a change that we made to the original, the original outline. We even increased the parking from the original drafted proposed to expand it. Again, I would turn and look at shuttle models that can easily work for us. We run buses all through the year. When schools are closed, we're open. So even when schools are not operational, we're running camps, we're running after school programs. So we always have access to vehicles to make sure that if it is required, we can still get our teams to the offices.
Fair enough.
So we've taken a deeper dive into how we can accommodate some of the concerns of local community.
Fair enough. What about scaling? Would you have a smaller facility? Would that make sense? And I'm not suggesting that should, I'm just asking the question.
I believe that the model that we have right now is probably the smallest, one of the smaller models, or the smallest to make sense for the population that we're serving.
Had you considered a larger model?
We were actually asked, it was proposed when we initially met with the city to consider a larger model, but we did want to consider our neighbors. So we did not
settle for something less.
Settle for something less to consider, how the local community would absorb, and come to the table around shared space.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I believe that's all the questioners of the deputy. Okay. Thank you, Ucha.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Lou Falutis, Arjan Sahota, and Sean Allen. Lou Falutis. Online? No. All right, I will circle his name for now. Arjan Sahota, Sean Allen, and Donald Lewis. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'll start. Okay, awesome. Good afternoon, members of council. Thank you to the chair and deputy mayor for running an efficient meeting this afternoon. My name is Arjan Sahota. I proudly serve as a board member of the Boys and Girls Club of East Scarborough. I'm also a longtime resident of Scarborough Park. I've lived in the community for 25 years. I love this community. I've seen it evolve, and I care deeply about its future. That's why I'm here today. I really want to strongly support the proposal before the council and the mixed-use development at 62 Orchard Park Drive. For 69 years, the Boys and Girls Club of East Scarborough has been serving children, youth, and families in our community. What began as a small grassroots organization has grown into one of Scarborough's most trusted and impactful service providers. Today, we deliver over 30 programs, reaching more than 5,000 youth and their families each year, ranging from early program, leadership development, tutoring, after-school support, nutrition programs, mental health support, employment readiness training, community outreach, and more. At the heart of all of it, and that we believe that the Boys and Girls Club of East Scarborough is that every young person and their family deserve a safe space, caring relationships, and the opportunity to reach their full potential, regardless of income, background, or circumstance. The proposal to the 47 affordable housing units, while renting and advancing in the Humps Center. This is more than just housing, it's about integrated community. By expanding our presence at 62 Orchard Park Drive, we're not just creating, we're scaling wraparound supports as well. Youth programs, family outreach, newcomer services, and culturally responsive mental health support will all be integrated within the site. It also means hiring more local youth, young people that it strengthens our community partnerships and with our neighbors, and it deepens the roots of the organization before you, which are resilient, diverse, and vibrant. But still, in Scarborough, in South Scarborough, in this neighborhood, we still see a disproportionate level of poverty, housing, precarity, and services being underfunded. With respect to this council, this is the type of proposal that focuses on a future-focused plan for Scarborough. It combines social infrastructure with affordable housing. It makes efficient use of underutilized land, and in this case, a surface parking lot to address real needs. We're grateful for the city's support through the Open Door Program and Rental Housing Supply Program, and urge you to move forward with its approval. I do urge council that the risk of deferring the decision here will cost a nonprofit tens of thousands of dollars in additional consultant fees, and the cost of construction is only increasing year by year, as many of us around the table know already. This vote's about affirming that Scarborough deserves the same type of ambitious, community-driven development scene in other parts of the city. And I thank this council for their time this afternoon. And I'm happy to have any questions asked.
Not seeing any questions, Archon.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Tim.
Sean, you're next.
Sean Allen, and to council, good to see you. I am also a member of the East Scarborough Boys and Girls Club. I'm a vice chair of the executive committee. Scarborough resident as well. I sit on the 33 Division CPLC as a community representative. I'm the past president of the Scarborough Business Association and a local business owner. And I also lived in the neighborhood at 4301 Kingston Road. I grew up in that building. So I understand and I witnessed firsthand our community and how it's stretched to its limits. But today, I bring to you the solution for the Mahat Village, which is a solution for youth and to get shelter for youth in our city, which is stretched in for affordable housing. So this crisis can no longer be ignored. And through some studies through the State of Homelessness in Canada and the Movement in Color, confirmed with my findings through the work of CPLC and how it impacts the community. 30% of the tenants who work at local businesses spend about 60% of their income on rent. And these individuals, like before, are bank tellers, hospitality workers, grocery staff, mechanics, dental hygienists, and more. They're the backbone of our community. So we must provide a solution. I know it might be hard for the local residents, but I just appeal to you to really understand the gravity of what we're trying to do is build housing for youth. And this is why I'm championing today the 47 Affordable Housing Initiative brought before us today. And we have to push this mission forward. This isn't just about shelter. It's about dismantling barriers, creating pathways for racialized youth trapped in rental cycles, economic justice. So, in the absence of to restrict on time, I don't want to get some of the points that's already spoken, but right now the time for debate is over, and we must act with consensus. This is our chance to rewrite history, where one cashier doesn't have to just stock the shelves, but could somebody own it. And so this affordable housing payback, this is the foundation that makes our community thrive. So thank you.
Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, I have Donald Lewis and BB Ali. Do I have a Donald Lewis online? No. BB Ali?
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Ali, and I'm a proud resident of Scarborough and from BGC. I came to Canada from 2017. I did not have much when I arrived. I have no family here, not as much as I wanted. I came with hope to have a better life in Canada. To be fair, this country gave me a lot and a chance to build a better life. I settled in East Scarborough not because it was easy, but because it was affordable. And for a long time, even that was a struggle. I moved between basement, shared space, and sometimes housing that wasn't safe or stable. I remember crying in a room because the rent went up and I didn't know how I would make it through the month. Then I heard about the proposal of new 62 Orchard Park. I was excited because this isn't just this is a real affordable housing connection to a place that already changed my life. I know because it changed my this kind of housing community support come together is exactly what families need. To a country, everything feels uncertain, but having a stable home and access to program mentors for balanced youth activities that gives you the tool to succeed. This proposal will help 37 families that start their journey with dignity, and hope, and stability. When my family at the center staying inside, they will also have the same kind of program that helped me so many others and find out ways in the future to say that welcomes newcomers. Approving this project is a way to prove it. Support this proposal not just for building, but for the people who will call it home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Next I have Sigan Akansaya. Sigan Akansaya. She had to leave? Okay, thank you. And then I have, sorry?
Online.
He's online? Okay.
Yes, hello.
Sigan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
All right, awesome. Thank you for your time, counselors. And my name is Sigan Akinsanya. I represent the Boys and Girls Club East Scarborough. And I just wanted to pay mind that BGC East Scarborough is a nonprofit that is deeply rooted in the East Scarborough location by supporting thousands of families every year. It's not every day that a organization that doesn't just say, hey, we need housing, but feels the need of housing through their clients takes the opportunity to kind of put themselves in a position to meet the needs of the community across all levels, especially housing. As you counselors know, housing is not just an easy process. It's something that takes time, it takes resources, and it takes capacity. We have, us as BGC East Scarborough has built that capacity and has taken delicate resources to put ourselves in a position to be able to provide this opportunity to the community, to the young people that need it. And we know the urgent housing crisis that's here today. So I think it's just, I wanted to kind of just bring that to light, that this is not a regular developer where we can continue to have conversations and defer conversations, because these are resources that come at a dire need just to even provide, just even to get to this point. Everybody in this room, including the residents, which I respect and I empathize and I hear their voices, utilize and have some touch point with East Scarborough. Some of these residents even bring their children to this East Scarborough every single day, getting those supports and resources we provide. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out there, that this is not, my point is, this is not a regular developer, and there's not an opportunity for us to go pick up and change. So with that being said, I relinquish my time, but thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for logging in. Next I have Lou Faludis. Online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, counselors, and thank you, everybody, for speaking
I'm a longtime resident of West Hill, born and raised, and I've decided to live and work in the community. Today is an amazing day when the community members get together and speak and about their concerns. If you're not aware, our community has been split into two councillors' wards. Councillor Ainsley on the one side and Councillor McKelvey, former Councillor McKelvey, to the other side. And unfortunately, our concerns haven't been met or don't seem to be taken serious, or we don't have a voice or someone to represent us because we've been advocating for our community for quite some time. And you've heard many members mention some of the concerns today. One of the concerns I have as a longtime West Hill resident is it's designated a priority community, which means we face systemic challenges in education, safety, infrastructure, and economic opportunity. And it seems counterintuitive that you would create a center and have the very people that it's supposed to serve go into a neighborhood that has these type of challenges and that the community has not met or overcome. And I'm curious as to, being a priority community, how does this serve the West Hill community and the residents that are intended to serve the proposed site? I don't know if anybody can answer that, but I'd like to know.
So the format of this is we ask you questions.
Okay,
So
no
we
problem.
can
Then I'll
continue.
continue.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, I'm a community member. I have young kids myself, and they also use the Mat Center, which I'm very grateful for. It is nice to have a place for community members to go, and for my kids specifically to grow up as well with a safe environment. I'm a little concerned about the parking traffic issue along Orchard Park Drive. We often, especially during the winter months, have to drive and park in the parking lot at the community center so that my kids can access it. And if you're aware of what children are like, often, and maybe too often, sometimes they get away from us. Mine are very young. They run on the street. I'm very concerned because I know that people have been hit in multiple locations in that area. And unfortunately, recently, people have lost their lives. So the parking issue specifically speaks to me because we use it. I don't know where we're going to park. 29 parking spots doesn't seem sufficient for an entirely new building on that site. When the current facility, the current church, often has more than 29 cars parking there. Regardless of whether or not the community members that would be at that site have a car or not. The next, I was thrilled to hear Councillor Ainsley say that he had made sure that his community was heard when he was speaking on the issue earlier on Kingston and Galloway Road. Again, that was also a community I grew up in, and I'm just hoping that the councillors today will take our concerns into consideration, will look at the site, and will make the proper or take the proper steps going forward to make sure and ensure the best for both parties, the West Hill community right now and the future community that is going to be living in the center. But I will say, I do reject the notion that this is the only spot and we have to take what we can get. For something as serious as a priority community for, or a priority center for youth affected by the living crisis that we have, the homeless crisis that we have, the economic crisis that there is, I think that is short-sightedness, and it really bothers me that we are a take it or leave it type of we're in a take it or leave it type of environment for something so important. Now that we do not have a councillor officially representing us, I hope that the rest of council will listen to the community that lives here, that plays here, that works here, that has to live with your recommendations and your decisions. And at the very least, get to the table and discuss with them what needs to be done to make things work for both parties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felitis. Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you, through you. Thank you very much for the presentation, sir. Your last comment about getting together at the table to, I gather you stated that to, I guess, ensure or to make sure that things can work for both parties. I'm paraphrasing you, sir. What does that actually mean?
Okay, well, so we're today learning a lot about the community center and hearing who is going to be living there and who is not. I was originally under the impression that it was for families. Nonetheless, the parking issue still remains. Now we've been told, or I've been told, maybe I was misrepresented or misinformed, that it is for youth. Okay, so it's an initiative that is important. We do recognize that there's a housing crisis, there's an economic, socioeconomic crisis. There are many challenges that we face, not just in West Hill, but the broader Toronto and Ontario, say Canada community. So we recognize that this needs to happen at somewhere probably not designated a priority community, specifically for the challenges that are meeting the youth that are going to be facing. If our community can't get out of the designation priority community, how do we expect youth living at this center to be able to thrive and succeed?
So thank you very much for that, sir. So you are supportive of a facility designed and developed for young people, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Just not at this location.
No, I'm saying it has to be at the right location.
So I ask you the question again, sir. Just not at this location.
That implies that I'm not for social assistance or community supports and whatnot, but I will say that I'm born and raised in West Hill, stayed in West Hill. We have done our lion's share of helping communities in need, living together, thriving together, and trying to get out of this priority designation. So I reject the way that you phrase that. Because I believe that an important initiative shouldn't be just taken at the first opportunity without proper consultation and proper planning.
So let me phrase it another way, sir. Are you in favor of development of a youth facility on this site?
If the facility meets the requirements asked by the community, if they understand what the community is concerned with, I would not have a problem.
So you are suggesting that it's only the community's need, and by the community, you're simply saying the residents who live there, those are the only people. So the Boys and Girls Club and others who have a vested interest in creating opportunity for young people, they don't have a say? Are they not part of the community?
Okay, thank you for that. They haven't told us where the members will be coming from. So for instance, they said they were on the City of Toronto's list, but they didn't say whether they were actually members of the West Hill community right now. If we're trying to help the community lose this designation of priority community, they just strictly said that there's a wait list. We don't know the age range. We don't necessarily know which individuals are qualified for the list. So there's a lot of nuance in that question, and there are a lot of this gray area that I don't have the answer for. So specifically, I'm talking about safety, parking, traffic, in terms of concerns that the community is aware of, and they recognize that could be problematic. To the point where I believe the Orchard Park Drive street now has become chaotic. Law enforcement seems to be struggling with keeping up with the speeders, with the people turning down, making a left off Kingston Road, the designated times you're not supposed to turn down designated times. There are resources that are stretched thin, and I haven't seen any investment in those that would be able to accept a project as large as this.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. So the Donald Lewis, I'm going to call one last time. He's the only one on the list that hasn't spoken. No Donald Lewis online? Oh, sorry. There are two people. Go ahead.
We're going to try identifying a couple of people who are participating online, but they're logged in with phone numbers. We're going to unmute the phone number starting with 416-396. Can you identify yourself? We're going to unmute you now. That's 416-396. Can you identify who you are or what you're speaking to? Okay, we're going to move to the next one, 416-561. Could you identify yourself, please? That's 416-561. Let us know what item you're speaking to.
Thanks for trying, Nancy. Okay, so we're at the end of deputations and we're moving on to questions of staff. Questions of staff on this item? Councillor Cannavale?
Through you, Chair, staff, we heard concerns from the community on perhaps a lack of notification information about this application. Can staff speak to what was communicated and how it was communicated?
Yes, so through the chair, the application was deemed complete at the end of March. On April 4th, our IT staff have confirmed that the posting for the notification for this community meeting was live on the website on April 4th. So a couple of days after the application was deemed complete. 3 days later, April 7th, confirmed that the Canada Post mail out went out to the 120-metre radius that is standard for these applications. And the notice was also sent to, it would have been the councillor's staff at the time. And the meeting was held in person as typical for these types of projects. And they've been held in person as recently as within the last year.
Given that this project, I think, as we understood from some speakers, started in 2021, during that time, as it was being envisioned, was there any communication saying, hey, this is being considered by this applicant at this site?
So through the chair, I can only speak to planning staff, the communication we received. So the only conversation was the pre-application consultation, which we invite all applicants to participate in 2024. So if there were previous conversations, they wouldn't have been with planning staff.
Okay. How was the question on parking addressed with the applicant?
Through the chairs, the number of parking spaces?
Yeah, particularly for staff, which wouldn't be part of the residential envelope, correct?
Through the chair, that would be considered the non-residential component. And so the submitted transportation impact study shows that those minimums that are required as part of this application, so the 3 accessible parking spaces, as well as the 7 visitor and non-residential spaces, but that those minimums that we have several, those are being met. And the 19 additional parking spaces would serve more flexible uses for either residential or the non-residential use. But those minimums that are required by the bylaw are being achieved.
And is the parking scheduled underground or surface?
Through the chair, the majority of the parking spaces are on the surface, and they're located in that in the section just to the southeast of the proposed building. The 3 accessible parking spaces are the only parking spaces that would be accessible from Orchard Park Drive.
Is there any below grade aspect of this building?
Through the chair, there is not.
Was there any consideration by the applicant, as far as your knowledge, about going below grade?
Through the chair, it would be pretty irregular for this scale of proposal to have below grade parking
particularly a nonprofit, their resources for constructing such an expensive endeavor, $100,000 a space, most likely would it be beyond their means.
In regard to the ratio, this ratio is around 50%. Is it 20 odd over 47? What's the exact number?
29 to 47. We're a little over 50% if we're being generous with them.
Sorry, the 29 including a visitor and non-res?
The total parking proposed is 29. And that services obviously both uses, but at different times of the day.
Of course. So 22 over 40, there's 47 units, 22 over 47. Okay. So roughly a ratio of 50%. Thank you. Those are my questions on both the concerns that came out of communication process and parking. In relation to the concerns of on-street parking on Orchard, West Hill, Mats, was that discussed at the town hall at the meeting as a potential area where transportation staff could look at solutions or strategies?
Through the chair, yes, parking on street and the use of the parking lot were concerns highlighted by the residents.
Did staff speak to it with any diagrams, consideration, solution strategies, or was that kind of heard by staff?
So through the chair, there were no transportation staff present at the meeting. All the concerns that we received have been noted and internally reviewed by staff that were received after and before the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cannavale. Other questions of staff? Councillor Thompson?
So I guess this is Mr. Ventresca. This may be for you. Notification. 120 meters, which is a standard. Was that all that was done in terms of the area notification, or was there an extended notification area?
I'll speak to the general question first, and then Ms. Moore may be able to supplement my answer. But 120 meters was the standard notification used. It's for a business practice meeting. The community consultation meeting is the meeting on top of the meeting. This is a statutory meeting, but the notification area is modeled off of Planning Act requirements. Of course, there could have been other supplemental notification done with the messaging done through the website, as well as at the time the councillor's office through electronic notification processes as well. It could have been done as well, but I can't speak exactly to how that was done.
Fair enough. Will someone provide a definition of NIAs?
NIAs, neighborhood improvement areas, are a term used by our colleagues in social development and finance administration to focus resources and concerns on neighborhoods where, by a number of social indicators, they are usually below city average in terms of equity scores, access to services, need. Just summarizes need. Those resources include tables that get a lot of different agencies and groups together to share information to ensure that investment is optimized. Sets of neighborhood improvement groups like Scarborough Connects to ensure that our initiatives are aligned with those community services, facilities, development, and growth are being properly used to, make sure that these communities graduate from priority communities to emerging communities. That's ultimately the goal.
So that designation is to help to improve by creating opportunities of investment into programs, investment into housing, investment into opportunities, as you say, transcending that into a growth opportunity for those in the neighborhood who are in need of I guess I'll use the term an injection or infusion of investment to help the community as a whole.
Through the chair, I would agree with that characterization. Yes.
Right, but when we define an NIA, we're not simply saying that it's a broad definition that's exclusive to an area that needs to have additional assets and investments. The opportunity exists within an area, irrespective of the definition, where you have homes that are vested, where people who are not necessarily considered part of that NIAs.
I guess making sure I think I understand your line of question. If you could clarify it a little bit, just so I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm simply saying that it's not a poverty-stricken sort of brush that is swept through the entire neighborhood. If we describe the notion and the sort of the prefix of NIAs as being needing to invest because there is people maybe not making a lot of money, having needs that are not met, and the municipality is actually attempting to address that.
Yes, through the chair, it is not intended to be broad, and it is not a community that identified as neighborhood improvement or emerging that every single person in the neighborhood requires said need. It's just in general terms, this geographically defined area is greater than that in normal. It's not a catch-all. No.
You agree with me, and I don't know who will take this question, that irrespective of whatever we say here and what the community is saying, no matter how well-intended we are, whatever decision we make here today, there will be challenges that would be similarly mirrored to some of the comments that the community is saying. Would you agree with that?
Through the chair, through the chair, I agree. In context of both the community need as well as some of the traffic, parking, and access issues that were raised, this application will not solve them.
But it won't be a static situation. We were a dynamic opportunity for us to work collaboratively with the community in order to make changes that are needed to ensure that their concerns are addressed. Would that be a position that we would want to take going forward?
Through the chair, yes, both on, these more dynamic, fluid, non-application related things. Those conversations continue. The project of the city is never complete.
And so with comfort, what do we offer the community as a offering of comfort to help them to understand that whatever decision we make here today, that we're not actually walking away, we are going to want to work with them because that's important to them and it's important to us.
Yes, to the chair as in no capacity as city staff, the development review application, the comfort that the issues have been reviewed, and certainly the mitigation measures have been incorporated into the application as we see fit against the policy implications, hence the recommendations for you today. The continued comfort for conversations about coming in on the corridor. We are committed both by the official plan and our latest professional planners and public servants to consult on applications, to hear these concerns, to see trending issues. And as we, whether it's a site-by-site conversation or a wide conversation, to incorporate this feedback into our work on a daily basis.
Thank you, Mr. Francesco. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Others with questions of staff? No? All done? Okay. I wanted to ask about so the scale or the scope of this building. So what's the maximum that it could be?
To ensure it's a two-point answer, it'll be as brief as I can. Existing zone, let's say 15 tall structure. The site is designated neighborhoods. Kingston Road is a major street. The streets policy would provide for, once the zone were to come into force, a 6-story, 16-unit building as of right, given the Kingston Road frontage to the site. So at 4 stories and 47 units, this building is below those thresholds. The major streets policy framework would also not compel affordability. So the Kingston Road frontage, the site could be redeveloped and redeployed with a 6-story building.
Okay, and then so if you took the church at it, former church building out of the equation, that would fall under the same 6 stories, but it could be a lot higher density because it would be on a bigger lot. If you took this proposal out and said, we're just going to rip down the old church building and put up a condominium or affordable housing building, so it'd be 6 stories high, but a much greater density or area as of right.
So through the chair, the assumption was that the redevelopment site, so the deletion of the community center church building and the as of right condition would be that 6-story, 60 unit. The site, as we saw from the Birchmount site from earlier, I guess this morning, could accommodate greater densities in unit counts than that 60 that's in the bylaws as a maximum threshold through council's EHON initiatives. So expanding housing options and neighborhoods initiatives.
Yep. And then around parking, so there's a ratio that you work out the size of the building, number of units, and it's parking, and there's bike spaces,
So to share this hypothetical situation that we don't have an application for, but
I mean for this current
application. Okay, so we would share to you. These particular performance metrics were proposed and reviewed through this application process. The recommendations before you today secure required performance standards. The affordable of the project would drive a lower utilization than a market unit.
Okay, and then the parking spots are designated, I guess referred to in the report as flexible, so they'll be used by the mate, the applicants that might be people living in this application if they're there. And so if you had like a standard designation for like the buildings we were talking about this morning, would that cause a higher number of parking spots needed, or is it this model just works with that, calling them flexible?
The chair, if I understand your question correctly, it's designating spaces as shared spaces and how that works towards a minimum. So spaces would be reserved site as indicated for accessible spaces on the Orchard Park frontage, and visitor spaces would be reserved. The spaces would be shared space. Whether the community center would also include reserved spaces for those uses would be secured through zoning bylaw. That would be worked out in the detailed stage of site plan control.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Candavel.
I think first comment I'd like to make is, it was very clear. I'm very happy the community was crystal clear that this is not about the demographic, the clientele of the youth housing project coming here. So it's not about that. I think that was very important because I know there was certainly comments or perhaps considerations that was what was driving concern. It was very clear that whether it was a youth housing project, a condo, a rental, townhouse complex, it's the concern on the safety implications coming out of the project that we've already unfortunately witnessed. I think many will remember 2 weeks ago the complete tragedy of a father and son nearby. So there's serious questions about the existing built form of Kingston Road, how it interfaces with Orchard, Mance, West Hill, and some of the other parts of the neighborhood. I think that needs to be addressed directly through this process as the application progresses. Secondly, we heard very clearly on the issue of parking, and this was a theme for today. Certainly, this may have implications and pressures and impact to this community, and I think it's our responsibility and duty as a council, especially in light of the absence of the local city councillor, to address this and to give direction to our transportation staff to work with the local community, and obviously whenever the new councillor is selected, to look at what parking restrictions, what solutions, what strategies can be done to address these very important concerns raised by the community. And of course, as we heard from the applicant themselves, their interest, their openness to work with the community to address these solutions, to address these concerns vis-a-vis collaborative solutions. And I think given the desire I see from my colleagues to see this through, I hope this offers some salve to the community to address and to work with city councillor through their local councillor, and particularly our transportation department, to come up with strategies to address this. And my hope is that there is adequate parking within the project, and it can be resolved that way. But this offers some approach to have a solution that works in the interests of the entirety of the neighborhood. I know how sensitive this type of project is. In my ward, there's an 80-bed shelter being proposed directly in the middle of the residential community, no different from this. And I know how we have to work collaboratively and sensitively to see good solution strategies put forth. And I hope this passes, and the community has some level of trust, hopefully, from this to that the city recognizes the need to work. So I offer this as some I understand that my colleagues would like to see this through. So I offer this as some solution.
Thank you, Councillor Cannavale. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Councillor Cannavale, I just want to ask if we can I'd like to make a friendly amendment to your motion, so it's a little more specific. So, sorry, can you get the motion back on the screen? So just where you have issues in the neighborhood, if we could add the specific streets, West Hill Drive, Orchard Park, and also Mance Road. Yeah. So I live in the neighborhood. Yeah. We unfortunately had an accident a few weeks ago where a father and son were killed on a motorcycle. It was very unfortunate, but Mance and Kingston Road has become a very dangerous intersection. Yeah. The way it's designed and the amount of traffic.
I don't know if you missed that. I referenced that on
I just like to get those three specific streets in there.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So if we can tie in the Mance Road work with the other two streets as well, that I think the neighborhood will really appreciate it. That's okay. So I just wanted to add in the motion. So I wanted to add three street names in particular, Mance Road, Orchard Park Drive, and West Hill Drive. Other speakers? Last call for speakers. Oh, Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I would just like to say nothing, just waiting for them to finish. Yeah, okay. I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who came out. I'd also like to congratulate the Boys and Girls Club for putting this application together. Rusha, I remember when I came and I saw you and you spoke about this project, and I said, what an exciting initiative. I think that was maybe a year and a half ago now. So it's definitely something that's been in the works. I also want to thank the residents who came out. Obviously, this was an issue that is not focused on this issue, but it was really just focused on the general issues that have been happening in the neighborhood with the developments. This just happened to be another development, and I appreciate that the residents made it clear that they were not opposed to the residents that would be living in the housing. They were opposed because of the the issues around traffic and safety generally due to the increased volume that these proposed developments cumulatively will have on the area. And I think those are all valid and legitimate concerns. That's why I'm happy to see that my colleague, Councillor Candeville, has put forward this amendment, and I will be, of course, supporting it because I think it's a fair statement to say that you want to live in a safe neighborhood, you want to live in a neighborhood where you feel safe and comfortable walking around the street. And I think there's really an opportunity, particularly when a new councillor is elected, to really work with the community and the developer or the applicant to really make something great for the community and to really make this community, this infrastructure part of the community fabric. It's important that we support our young people. A lot of young people are struggling. In my area that I represent, Malvern, it's not uncommon to hear of youth who are literally renting garages. That's where they're sleeping because there's just no affordable housing in Scarborough. And many of us came to Scarborough because it was affordable. That was what drew so many people. So I think we all have to make those pushes to build the type of housing that we want to see to make sure that the next generation of Scarborough residents can actually stay here, put down roots, and raise their own families here. So I will be supporting the recommendations, and I will also be supporting the amendment put forward by Councillor Candeville. And again, I'd just like to thank the staff for their work on this, and our former colleague, Deputy Mayor for now MP, but Jennifer McKelvey for her work on this too. I know she's done a lot of work to get this over the finish line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There are always huge challenges that we deal with, and often those challenges are problematic in so many different ways, and it gets married with a variety of different perspectives and views and so on. And I'm really happy that we've been able to clarify some of the views and the perspective by having the residents come out to convey their views and concerns. I want to thank them for being here. You have been very informed, and you have presented yourselves extremely well. I would say as a gold standard with respect to community groups and community organization, you've come to offer your views. Whether or not we agree with you or support those views, that's another matter altogether. But I wanted to commend you on that. I've been around here long enough to see people come in and they may disagree and become disagreeable, but you come in and you disagree without being disagreeable. And I think that's really a really strong sign, and it suggests the potential for growth and the enhancement of working collaboratively and so on. You care about your neighborhood. That's a good thing. You want the betterment for your neighborhood, and that's a good thing. And while you have indicated there was lack of information and communication and so on and so forth, we're hoping, and I would be one to say, let me apologize for that if that's in fact the case. And I know that our team here, planning team and others who worked are very diligent or work hard in order to convey information. They are the ones who put forward recommendations to us. The buck stops with us, quite frankly. So at the end of the day, whoever you blame, don't blame them, blame us in terms of whatever decisions that we arrive at. I want to say that, Councillor Ainsley and I and others have worked with the Scarborough Boys and Girls Club and so on, and have seen the value, the benefit of their work. And we have a new leader now with the organization and so on, and others, Sean Allen and Argent and others who've come in to speak. I know the extensive nature of their concern and their love for the community and their wish to collaborate and work together and so on. And I know that their strong support is not in opposition to anyone. It is that they want to see the best for our young people, as I think that all of you do as well. There is a need to clarify, and there's a need to ensure going forward things can work out in a way that reflects the best for the community. I have no doubt there'll be some challenges going forward. I have an example in my own ward where we put in a modular facility with 57 units. And some of the things that were promised to me by the city as a city councillor was not delivered. In fact, it was quite the contrary. It became something totally different. And we as a community had to really struggle and work collectively with all of the different stakeholders and all of the different city departments in order to get things the way we need them to be in the best interest, not only for those in that modular home, but also for the community at large. And it was difficult. So I will ask and hope that as members of the community and having come in here with a sense of poise and with a sense of purpose, that going forward in a very dynamic way, there'll be great collaboration. And I know that the folks in the Boys and Girls Club and the MAPS and everybody wants to work together for the best interest of this community. And while you may not have a counselor at this moment, you have counselors with great experience who are able to offer input and insight and advice. Now, you may not like the decision that we are going to make here today, but at the end of the day, it's the best decision based on the information that's been presented. It's the best decision based on the needs to help young people in our city. It's the best decision based on city council's objective and goals to find accommodation for young people and others in the city. We have so many cases here where we have encampments that are taking place in this city. I have a number of them in my ward where we're dealing with them. Some of them are young people, some of them are older. This is an opportunity for us to put our money where our mouth is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item?
May I speak?
No, sorry, you had your moment. Yep.
If some things have come up, I would like to have a word.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir.
We have no representation. I think we should wait to make a decision until we have a counselor.
Sorry, you had your opportunity to make your presentation earlier. That's the way the rules work.
Representation.
Sorry, we're all city councilors, so sorry.
We don't have a counselor. We're without a counselor. We have no.
Yep, sorry, sir.
Bringing to our guy.
Sir, that's how the rules work. You had your 5 minutes earlier. All right, thank you very much. Other speakers? Seeing none. Okay, I'm the last speaker. So I want to thank everybody coming in this morning or this morning into this afternoon. Sorry, you said we don't have a counselor in the area. Councillor McKelvey left. But with all honesty, I live at Kingston Road in Mance. I've lived in that area since 1997. I think we have a great neighborhood.
We used to have.
Well, there's been a lot of changes in that neighborhood since 1997. Some of it's been good, some of it's been bad. And I can quite honestly say that, my family, I grew up south of Kingston Road in Galloway. We moved to Kingston Road in Mance because we like the idea of having a ravine behind the house and we had lots of amenities in the neighborhood. I used to walk over to the fish and chip store in the plaza when it first moved in, bought dinner there every Friday night. We used to go to the Silver Dragon and get Chinese food. That was sold, turned into a mosque. The plaza, when that plaza was torn down at Kingston Road in Mance, our daughter, she said, you know what, Dad, on Friday afternoons, you're not going to be drive up and down Mance Road, north of Kingston Road, because everybody that parked in that plaza on Friday afternoons is going to be on Mance Road. And I said, well, I'll have to find another way to get home. Like things change. That's that hour and a half. Orchard Park and West Hill Drive. I laughed at Councillor McKelvey at one point because I said to her, the turn restrictions in the morning, that was my shortcut to Gilwood GO train station so I could get to work. But I happily voted for those turn restrictions, mostly because when I go down Orchard Park or West Hill Drive in the morning, the cars in front of me that are coming in from Pickering or Ajax and they're lined up to go down your streets, it was like a racetrack in the morning.
But he's gonna die.
So I was more than happy to vote for those turn restrictions. One of my goals, though, and I think the same goal for all of my colleagues here, we're trying to build strong, vibrant communities for everybody to live in. I have 5 of the 38 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward.
I have the highest youth unemployment rate in the entire GTA in my ward, which goes from the lake up to the 401 to Morningside to McCowan. So I'm a strong supporter of the Boys and Girls Club of East Scarborough. I have a long relationship with them. I have a volunteer plaque from when I think I was in grade 12 that's proudly on the wall of my City Hall office. I appreciate everything they do to support youth and children of all ages throughout our community. One of the biggest demographics in our area, trying to find job and places to live, are youth. And when this proposal came forward, I was fully supportive of it right from the get-go. And for the very reason of the highest youth unemployment rate in the entire area, trying to keep kids in our community, trying to find them jobs and places to live are of paramount importance. And I think this project fills a very important hole in trying to reach that goal. So I'm very supportive of it. I'm going to support Councillor Kennebill's motion because we do have a traffic problem in our community, and it's one that needs to be solved and looked at and continue to be solved. And I'll be quite honest about that as well. In my ward, and I think pretty much like all of my colleagues, I have monthly town hall meetings. The number one complaint, it doesn't matter what neighborhood I'm in, it's speeding. And that's like that right across the city. I could never have enough police officers to change that, or speed enforcement. It's a mindset that's happened over, I think, since the past 10 years, got a lot worse during COVID. But I hope the councillors Cannavale's motion will help solving that somewhat in our neighborhood. So thank you very much. And I believe we're going to vote. So we have Councillor Cannavale's amendment first. All in favor? And that carries. And then we have the recommendations in the report as amended. Councillor Thompson would like a recorded vote.
Recorded vote on the item as amended. All those in favor?
All in favor?
Councillor Thompson, Councillor Myers, Councillor Candeville, Councillor Mantis, Councillor Ainsley. That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next item of business is SC 23.5, 27 Lyncroft Drive, application to remove a private tree. I have one registered speaker, Kristen Jeshkalik. Are they online? They're online? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm just pulling up my presentation. One moment.
Sorry, Mr. Jeshkalik?
It's Mrs. Kristen Deshankelik.
Kristen?
Yes.
Yep, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yep, just give me one moment. I'm pulling up my presentation.
Okay.
Share that. Sent. Can everyone see that okay?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Kristen Deshankelik. I am the arborist that assessed this tree for the resident at 27 Lyncroft Drive. I am an arborist certified with the International Society of Arboriculture, also known as the ISA, and I'm also a registered professional forester. So for some context, this is the location, 27 Lyncroft Drive, and the tree we are looking at is in the front yard. It's an evergreen tree shown in the red circle. So the tree in question is a 33 centimeter in diameter Scots pine, which is an invasive tree species in Ontario. It has an uneven distribution of the canopy, leaning towards the south, and is evidently top heavy. The client is requesting to move this tree due to concerns of targets in the area should it fall. Those targets include their driveway and their house. In the works report, or in the report to action rather, associated with this item that was circulated prior to the meeting, this report suggested that structural pruning could be used rather than removal to improve the condition of the tree. However, the best practices from the ISA state that no more than 30% of the canopy of a tree should be removed, and that dead and declining branches should be removed to improve growth, and downward facing branches should be removed. So in the red circle, you'll see the downward facing branches on this tree. And I would suggest that if all poor branches are removed from this tree, this would result in more than 30% of the canopy being removed, as all these branches within the red circle would need to be removed. Some more best practices from the ISA for coniferous trees, which this tree is. All branches within each level, which is the circle around the tree that the branches make, should be removed at once in order to elevate the canopy. And the City of Toronto pruning guidelines also state that no more than 20% of foliage should be removed from one tree within one growing season. So once again, in the red circle, this would constitute more than 20% of the canopy. Taking a little bit of a closer look, we can see in this photo the browning of needles underneath the canopy, branches missing from these lower levels, and downward facing branches. And I'm not sure if it's obvious in the council chamber, but there's also in this photo shown some holes from some animals that I'll talk about next. So those holes are more clearly visible in this photo. So yellow-bellied sapsucker is a bird that is native to the area. They peck horizontal rows through the bark of the tree and into the sapwood and feed on the sapwood and outer layers of wood. As the holes dry up, more holes are drilled by the sapsucker, and these are likely to damage a tree year after year. So you can see there's damage already there, and this was likely to continue to occur over time. And this makes the tree more susceptible to insect attacks and diseases. And ultimately, this can result in the death of the tree. Carpenter ants during the site visit that I conducted on July 30th, 2024, there was a carpenter ant observed crawling from the base of the tree upwards, and carpenter ants are indicative of decay and decaying wood within trees. So to me, that suggests that perhaps there is some interior decay that we're unable to see, but these ants are able to get to. So in conclusion, we have the sapsucker damage and presence of carpenter ants are indicative of the possibility of decay within the tree. Structural pruning is not sufficient to correct the poor form of the tree, as more than 30% of the canopy would be removed. And failure of the tree is likely to cause property damage. There's, as I mentioned, the driveway and proximity, as well as 2 dwellings.
So is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, that's the end.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, so I just have one. It says the arborist report that you sent in with the application, or the applicant sent in with the arborist report that you did. Your arborist report says the tree is in fair condition. And there's evidence of bird damage, but so a tree 33 centimeters in diameter, which is quite large, in fair condition, would that not be, what are the grounds for having it removed?
The potential for decay within the interior of the tree. So the start of interior decay might not materialize on the exterior of the tree and show the tree being in poor condition. But my client would like to proactively remove the tree due to the signs from the yellow-bellied sapsucker and the carpenter ant observed that are indicative of interior decay.
Okay, and then what do you say to the city staff? The report says the tree is healthy and maintainable.
The city staff also suggested that structural pruning could maintain the quality of the tree. which normally I would be in agreement with. However, looking at the structure of the branches, I believe that it would take approximately 50% of the canopy to remove those branches that are contributing to the poor structure of the tree. And that is not in alignment with the best practices recommended by the ISA.
Okay, and then just my last question. So when this report first came out, and I Googled yellow-bellied sapsucker, and it seems that they quite like these trees. Like it's part of their natural habitat to tap into these trees, I guess, for lack of a better word, to get the sap and to look for insects. So the damage you're talking about, I think, for somebody that follows birds, they would just look at that as part of the natural life of a sapsucker in the tree that it's using to forage in.
That may be correct, but I believe in this case it is causing damage to the tree that could result in a safety risk, as the tree could collapse and damage, as I mentioned, the driveway and 2 dwellings that are in the vicinity. I am also aware that the city has a substantial and robust ravine system with plentiful habitat for birds such as the yellow-bellied sapsucker.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your deputation today. Questions of staff? Any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? All right, so I'm going to speak and I'm moving. Sorry, I'm going back to. I'm going to be moving recommendation number 1, Scarborough Community Council deny the request for a permit to remove 1 privately owned tree at 27 Lyncroft Drive. All in favor? Yes. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. And our next item. Our next item is SC 23.6, 49 Bellamy Road South. Application to remove a private tree. I do have 1 registered speaker, Jeffrey Antila. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Antila, did you make a deputation last month? Okay.
You said that I would return and speak again.
I can cut you some slack, but I'm pretty sure you were told last month at the beginning, if you can only speak once.
Sure.
And you chose to speak last month. So I don't know.
What about new information?
Well, I'll cut you some slack if you have some new information for us.
So I have a lot more.
All right.
Hope I get my 5 minutes.
Yep. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Just gotta connect here.
Do you need the cable guy?
Probably.
Cable guy. Is it Paul?
Yes.
Paul, the cable guy.
So.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Jeff Antilla. I'm the owner of 49 Bellamy Road South. I purchased the home in 2011 and I have assessed it as a century home. I just wanted to note that I do care very deeply about the home and maintaining the property. The reason for requesting removal of the mature walnut tree is to address, again, serious concerns over fallen branches that could potentially result in personal injury and further damage to my home. Just to summarize my notes from the last meeting, I won't waste too much time, but I have the pictures here again of all the fallen branches that I've seen, and even after the meeting on May 1st, I came home and there's additional fallen branches on my lawn. I wanted to clarify one thing from the last meeting that I don't maybe think I did a good job clearly stating. So I had some pictures here. The photos of branches that I showed you previously are just branches that I've been recording since August of 2024. But if you actually look up at the canopy of the tree, what I was trying to show is there's, in these bubbles here, there's multiple breaks that have happened in this tree canopy. I've only started taking pictures since August of 2024. So I just wanted to sort of update you on this, that I was trying to demonstrate that the canopy of this tree has experienced multiple breaks in it. Now, based on the last meeting, Urban Forestry believes the tree is structurally and botanically healthy, and with proper maintenance, it would continue to thrive. They went on to say that there's an inherent level of risk with mature trees, and benefits outweigh the minor risk of falling branches. So I respectfully disagree with that. This is not, I don't know how you quantify the risk. Like, Urban Forestry doesn't know how much time they spend under the tree. They don't understand the access in and out of the yard. This tree is not off in the corner of my property. It's not avoidable to us. It sits 2 meters from my house, and it's within the main access point of our yard. This is not a minor risk. It's a serious safety concern that's impacting the use of our property that we enjoy so much. I would like to also review a question that was asked by yourself, the chair, regarding what is the typical age of a black walnut tree in this area. So Urban Forestry had replied easily 100 to 200 years. So I did some research, and if you actually go on to Ontario.ca's Tree Atlas, it clearly says that the tree can live to be 150 years old. If you go on the federal website for the Tree Atlas, it says the black walnut has a maximum age of 150 years. So maybe it's possible 200 years in absolute optimal situations, but again, I'm just going by the information that's provided by our government. The next question that was brought up, is how old is this tree? So the response from Urban Forestry was probably 50 to 100 years. Again, I did some research. I reviewed ISA, and ISA gives you sort of a basic way to determine the age of a tree. You take the circumference at 1.4 meters high, which works out to be a diameter of 2.5 meters or 80 centimeters. You then multiply the DBH by the tree species typical growth factor. So for a black walnut, that's 1.77, with an estimated age of the tree being 142 years. With that said, I understand the tree is not going to fall over at 150 years, but I think further consideration needs to be given to the fact that this tree is nearing the end of its lifespan. Branches are falling that pose a major safety concern, and I've shown that I've constantly maintained this tree since 2016. I already have 8 other trees on my property. 2 of those are at least over 100 years old already. I'm offering to plant 5 replacement trees on my 70 by 175 foot lot, where these trees will have the opportunity to thrive. All I'm looking for is to remove this one tree. Regarding the note on seismic tomography, I did reach out to an arborist. The cost of that was $1,300 to do the study. And all seismic tomography does is check the structure of the tree on the main. That's not my concern. My concern is the falling branches, and they said that I'd probably be wasting my money. So anyways, thank you for your time, everyone. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputy and Councillor Candaval.
Thank you, Mr. Antilla, for the new information. Last, wanted to clarify and perhaps remind us the safety impacts your children faced. If you could speak to that.
Yeah, like so it's hard to see here, but this is the back entry into my yard. Let me just scroll through a few more pictures here. So in order to get to my yard, you have to go between my house and garage. So you actually have to walk under this walnut tree to get to the yard. This is where my side door is. This is my daughter's playroom right here. It's got 2 skylights directly over it. I'm worried about her sitting in the plane. A branch comes, smashing through the skylight and glass rains down on her. Like I don't know how likely that is, but I do believe it's a possibility with all the branches that, again, I've shown have already fallen directly on my roof. In some of these pictures, you can see, this is where we have our play area to get to. Again, this is the path that accesses in the backyard. So it's not like I can keep my daughter away from the tree. Like it's. I like to put the analogy of driving a car. Someone said, "Well, when you get in the car, you're automatically exposed to a risk." Well, you can choose not to get in the car. I can't choose not to use my backyard. Like there's no way to get around it. So that's the risk I worry about with my family. If one of these branches fell on somebody, it could seriously injure them.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Mantos?
If this was to be accepted, would you be willing to plant a couple of trees somewhere on the property?
Would I do what? Sorry, could you repeat that?
Would you be willing to plant a couple of trees on the property?
Absolutely. I'm willing to plant like whatever trees are required. But like I said, my lot is 70 feet wide by 175 feet deep.
Yeah.
Like I will.
Yeah.
It's not like I just have a little crown lot and stick 5 trees in it. Like I could put trees all around the property, and I think they would pose a much greater benefit than just this one 140-some-odd-year-old tree. And again, I have 2 other trees over 100 years on my property. So I'm not against trees. I love the trees. I love the history. It's just a safety risk.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thanks.
Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your time. Questions of staff? Anybody? Questions of staff? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? I have questions of staff. So the tree is 78.5 centimeters in diameter. So is the deputy kind of like ballpark range? The tree is about 140 years old? Or is that hard? Like, I know I used the ISA standard, so I'm not familiar with that. I depend on my arborists.
Yes, so through the chair, the age of a tree using a formula like that is it's a best guess, if you will, because there are a number of factors that affect a tree's growth, including availability of nutrients, water, its location, right? Trees that are typically grown in open locations often have a larger diameter than those grown in a forest. Just because of restrictions, right? So based off of the applicant's calculation, it would be a rough estimate. I couldn't say that 150 is the exact number by any means. Is it an approximation? Yes. I would like to clarify, though, that also that the deputy said that 150 years is the max age of a tree. Just to clarify, is that there are walnut trees that do reach 200 to 300 years of age in Ontario. So that's just something to consider as well too.
Yeah, and then the pictures that the applicant shown where it looked like there were branches broken off. I know that we had a discussion last month about pruning and that trees like this need to be regularly pruned, and then breakage like that in the pictures. Is that normal for a tree this old? Is it having a midlife crisis and some are just snapping off? Or
so through the chair, there's a number of reasons that tree branches could break off due to, like, for example, severe winds, things of that nature. As trees decline over their lifespan, yes, there is, like as with any tree, there will be limbs that potentially fail. In the case of those photos, that could be the case there. But through regular maintenance of trees, through pruning, through standard horticultural practices, you can mitigate those risks of tree branches falling. So.
Okay. And then I know the City of Toronto Forestry Bible, as I call it. I don't know what you call it in forestry, but it's called Every Tree Matters. And when you look at a tree this old, this large, and if you were to cut it down and say we replace it with 5 other trees, does replacing it with 5 other trees come close to replicating, I forget the proper scientific term, but sucking the pollutants out of the air and churning fresh oxygen back into the atmosphere. So there's like a 5-to-1 ratio for a tree this big. Does it compensate for that, or is it close, or?
So through the chair, a large mature walnut tree will provide many ecosystem benefits that smaller trees will not initially provide. And what we mean by that is like surface water runoff, for example. The surface area of a large tree is greater than that of smaller trees, so it really reduces stormwater. The branches being larger canopy also reduces, as you said, air pollutants, right? So over time, those 5 trees will get to a point. I couldn't give you an exact day as to when that would be, but the trade-off obviously being that if you do take down a large tree, you do initially lose those benefits, yes, because larger trees provide more benefits to the ecosystem as well as to things like urban heat island effect, so reducing that, stormwater runoff, as I had mentioned, particles in the air. There's a number of benefits, right? So,
okay. And then in the report, it says, or the summary, the city's tree bylaw does not support the removal of this tree as it's healthy and maintainable. How does healthy and maintainable get surmised, or like?
Yep. So we have a
process. Do you just go and eyeball the tree, or is there
so we have staff that are trained, and staff perform a visual ground inspection of the tree. They do a 360 of the tree. They take photographs. Often, if needed, we'll use binoculars and other tools at our disposal. We don't climb the trees when doing our assessment. If a resident or a property owner in general has concerns, they're more than welcome to present evidence from their arborist to us to help mitigate to help with the decision-making process. The gentleman had suggested sonic tomography. That is a tool that we often review as a staff to help in our decision-making process as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Speakers. Sorry, Councillor Thompson, we're just on Bellamy Road South tree removal. I don't know if you had any questions of staff. Nope. All right. So we're on to speakers. Councillor Cannavale, I thought I saw your hand.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the alternative motion to require the applicant to provide 5 replacement trees. We heard last meeting and briefly now the impact on his family and young daughter. And I think it's a legitimate permission to be provided given the scenario impacting his family. So to move this motion.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers? No, okay, so I'm just going to speak last. Pretty much like the last item that we dealt with, the tree in my ward. And you know, tree removal approvals, I never find it very easy to deal with. As I'm sure as you can tell by the questions I was asking staff, I'm no expert in forestry or trees by any stretch of the imagination. I really rely on our staff to give their professional opinion. I do admire the book that they have, their tree Bible. I've had it been called Every Tree Matters. You know, my daughter takes environmental studies, and you know, I knew very well after showing that report, the last report to my daughter, the joys of the yellow-bellied sapsucker and the importance that it played in the ecology of not only Ontario but a large swath of North America. You know, I'd be more than happy if tree removals were just left up to city staff, and maybe that should be done. Maybe that's something we need to look at. But I try to look at trees in a whole sense of the community. And a tree this large, you know, the deputy thinks maybe it's 142 years old, and I Googled it, and you know, it said this tree can live to close to 200 years. And staff have verified what my daughter is telling me, that replacing a tree like this with 5 other trees you have to spend a long time trying to get the benefits reaped of what this large tree provides. And I also have to commiserate with the deputant because our house we back onto the Highland Creek Ravine. We have a huge swath of very mature, beautiful trees that I try to prune, or I call somebody in to prune, because I don't want branches dropping on my kids when they're playing in their sandbox, or we have a tree house under them. But at the same time, if it's a windy day, my wife and I are like, so you know what, kids, you can't go in the backyard because there might be branches dropping out of the trees. We're trying to find that balance. I don't want to cut any of the trees down. And for the very same reason, I unfortunately, I can't support cutting this tree down. I think the benefits of having it there far outweigh Councillor Cannavale's motion, which I appreciate, but I can't support the removal of it. And I believe that I was the final speaker. So we have Councillor Cannavale's motion first. I'm a recorded vote.
Recorded vote on Councillor Cannavale's amendment. All those in favor, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Myers, Councillor Cannavale, Councillor Mantis. Any opposed? Councillor Ainsley. That motion carries 4-1.
Okay, so that passes. Thank you for coming in again, sir.
Thank you very much. It was a very informative day. I just like to say.
Thankfully,
I got the Scarborough passion.
Thankfully, you didn't bring your daughter in with you. She would never have a career in politics, probably.
Thank you.
All right, next we have SC 23.8 Amberjack Boulevard, traffic calming speed humps. We have one registered deputant, Tina McDowell. Ms. McDowell online? Oh, my apologies, Ms. McDowell. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Absolutely. Scott, it's been a long day. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before council today regarding the proposed installation of speed bumps on Amberjack Boulevard. I've lived at the 54 Amberjack Boulevard for the past 42 years, and over that time I've witnessed many accidents and nemesis along the street. A lot of them, most of them, on my end of the street. Our stretch of Amberjack, running from Bellamy to Birchmount Road, has increasingly become a convenient shortcut for drivers heading toward Markham Road, especially during rush hour. Installing speed humps would reduce this convenience and ultimately discourage this cut-through traffic. Despite its challenges, Amberjack remains a vibrant community. It's a residential street with consistent pedestrian traffic. In the morning, we have children that are walking west over to Treadway. We have children walking east over to Bellamy. So a very busy street in the morning, again, afternoon when school comes out. Throughout the day, elderly clock's not going. Throughout the day, elderly residents and parents with strollers can be seen enjoying the neighborhood. These are people simply going about their lives, unaware that at any moment, normalcy could be shattered. And I say that because we've had multiple serious accidents or incidences on our street. Just across from my home, a speeding vehicle lost control, mounted the curb, and struck a birch tree. The driver was injured, but fortunately, no pedestrians were nearby. Even so, last year, another car coming down the street faster than it should have flipped upside down after mounting again the curb. Again, driver was hurt, but by sheer luck, no one was on the sidewalk. And tragically, it doesn't stop there. Just 2 houses over, as you come around the bend and approach Birchmount, a collision at Amberjack and Birchmount Drive sent a vehicle over the sidewalk and up onto the front lawn, crossing over the sidewalk. Just even last month, on the other side of Amberjack, it happened again. Same intersection, same result, but this time on the opposite side, mounting the grass and driving over the sidewalk. What's even more is that Amberjack has recently become a nighttime racing circuit. These dangerous activities have been reported, but enforcement has had limited impact in being able to control it. I used to enjoy peaceful walks at night, but I no longer feel safe doing so. So, after 42 years in this neighborhood, I find myself asking, how long will our luck hold out? How long before someone, a child, a parent, a grandparent, a neighbor, is seriously injured or worse? We just heard earlier today about the incident on Mans. How comfortable are we as a community council gambling on the odds of a fatal accident? I've witnessed too much to remain silent. I thank staff for putting forward the proposal and the report to install the speed humps. So I plead you to consider the human costs behind the statistics. I sincerely ask that you approve the staff's recommendation. I trust that the life of a child, a parent, or a grandparent is worth the expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDowell.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDowell. Appreciate all of your patience and your time. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? A quick one? All right, you got 10 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. McDowell. I'm just curious, did you have concern that it might not pass? Okay, all right.
Yes, yeah. And well, there's a cost attached.
There's
a decision.
Yeah, there's, okay, I just wanted to check in on that, but full support from my end, and I thank everyone.
McDowell's been a key advocate for speed humps on Amberjack. So thank you very much. I appreciate all your support and outreach to your neighbors and the community. So we have the recommendation before us. And for Ms. McDowell, I'm going to call for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote for Ms. McDowell. All those in favor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Myers, Councillor Candavel, Councillor Mantis, Councillor Ainsley. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out with us and hanging on.
I don't envy your job.
Oh, we have one left. SC 23.15 Poplar Road, traffic calming speed humps. Questions of staff other than me? So I just wanted to ask, so Poplar Road, this area, so there's a lot going on. So Metrolinx keeps repeatedly talking about closing Poplar Road and putting in an underpass. And they seem hot and cold on the project, and I'm just wondering, so if you put an underpass in and they close it off, do you still need speed humps? Like, I don't understand how that impacts speed humps on Poplar Road.
We investigate through yourself, the chair, councillor.
Councillor Myers, can you kick that chair out of the way? Thank you. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you, councillor Myers. We investigated Poplar Road. We were not aware there's going to be an underpass. Was that your question?
Yep.
So Poplar Road, as it is now, that does warrant for traffic calming.
Yeah. So the Metrolinx is supposed to put an underpass in there at Poplar, or sorry, just close Poplar Road off. But I'm like, there seems, when I ask transportation staff about it, nobody knows anything about it.
Right. We were not aware when we did this investigation.
Okay. And how do I get transportation staff engaged to figure out what Metrolinx wants to do on Poplar Road?
Hi, Council. Through the chair, I'm happy to take that back to our transit expansion team and make that connection between transit expansion, transportation services, so everybody's at the table.
Okay. And then my next question, so last spring, a year ago, so there was a road, Denera, that had a lot of, so it was repaved and sidewalks were put in. And when I reached out to staff to say, you know, what's happening? Why was this done? And I was told, I said, when I visually look at Denera, it doesn't need to be rebuilt. And I was told that you scoped the road, the transportation staff scoped the road and looked at it, and underneath it was failing, and that's why it was done. And so then I said to, I believe it was Marco Oinonen at the time, I said, well, over on Poplar Road, there's so many dips in it. I don't understand why Poplar Road isn't being reconstructed and Denera is. And he said to me, we'll get it looked at. And I think he retired and it was never looked at to the best of my knowledge. I never saw anything back about it. And then 8 months ago, I helped a friend of mine that lived off of Poplar Road. I helped him move from Church and Carlton to just off of Poplar Road. And we're in a truck with all these valuables. And he said to me, we got him to his house, his new place. And he said, you know what, Council Paul? He goes, the worst part of that whole trip, the most dangerous bumpy road was Poplar Road. And I said, well, my staff was supposed to be looking at it. And then I had a town hall last year and I said to residents, do you want speed humps? Like I was getting some comments about Poplar Road and speeding. And the residents said, no, we don't want speed humps. There's so many depressions on Poplar Road between Coronation Drive and Danzig Street. They're better than speed humps because everybody slows down because they don't want to bottom out their car. So I'm trying to figure out how a road like this gets looked at when staff are also talking about putting speed humps in at the same time. I don't know where all the disconnect and an underpass. I don't know where all the disconnect is happening and how we fix that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, I'm happy to take all of that back. I'll make connection with your.
I'm happy to drive up and down Poplar Road with you, and you can see firsthand driving the speed limit what it's like.
Consider yourself having a date. I'll bring treats and coffee. So I'm happy to bring all of that information back to Transportation Services. I'll connect with your office to ensure that we have all the background information, and I'll make sure that you're connected to the right services within transportation.
Okay. And in the meantime, Nancy, I'm going to move deferral of this item. Can we say till like October? Can we do how long?
Council, I would appreciate if we could maybe hold this off to September. That'll give staff.
October.
October? I love it.
October 22.
October 22 it is.
There we go. So I'm going to move deferral of this until the Scarborough Community Council meeting on October 22nd to 2025. All in favor? That carries. Bills. There's always the bills. We're never making that mistake again. And since Councillor Thompson asked first if we were done, he gets to read the bills.
Mr. Chair, I will do that. Thank you, Chair. That bills 491 to 501 prepared for June 5th, 2025, meeting 23 of the Scarborough Community Council be declared as bylaws and pass to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
Well read. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Councillor Mantis, I saw your hand first. Mike.
That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Scarborough Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 23 on June 5th, 2025 be declared as bylaws and pass subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody. I know usually we're done in time for brunch. I was a little worried we were going to go into dinner hour. So thank you, my colleagues. Thank you to all the staff for hanging out till the end, and the clerk's office for missing their lunch. Thank you very much, ladies.